Okay, good morning, everyone. I think we can start. So it's my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker of this conference, Professor Eva Sippola from the University of Helsinki. Professor Eva Sippola areas of research include, obviously, contact linguistics, but also Creole studies and Ibero-American languages and cultures, sustainable language documentation and data collection, and migration and colonialism. And Professor Sippola is published on a number of different contact languages and contact settings. I was very impressed, starting from Chabacano, Spanish-based Creole spoken in the Philippines, but also on heritage languages from the Nordic region, Finnish as a heritage language in Argentina, Ilocano Spanish, code mixing, code switching, and post-colonial languages in the Americas. And she's also the president of the Pidgin Society for Pidgin and Creole Linguistics. So I think she's a leading voice in contact linguistics and also post-colonial language studies. So today she will talk about the colonial approaches to language contact. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Can you hear me, or should I? Like, the mic is a little bit difficult sometimes, but maybe this is better. Okay, good. Thank you so much for the generous introduction and for the invitation to talk here today to you, and also thank you for coming. I know it's an early morning after the conference dinner, so I'm happy to see you all here. This is actually the first time that I've used the term decolonial in a presentation title, so I'm a little bit nervous of how this goes and what this means. But the aims of this talk are to discuss and examine what decoloniality means for the contemporary study of language contact. I will show you some examples of how I understand it, what it could mean, and what the approaches could be. And I also want to ask what kinds of approaches support a more sustainable or less colonial way of working with communities that speak contact languages. My talk is structured in the following way. First, I will talk a little bit about decoloniality and post-coloniality and linguistics. And then through 3 case studies, I will examine these approaches or showcase these approaches to language contact situations. The first one is about a colonial language sample from the Philippines. The second one is a case study contrasting or showing the different perspectives that speakers and researchers can have on Creole features. And the third one is a presentation of a recent project that we have started, which has to do with collaboration in language documentation. And I will end with some concluding remarks. And as is often the case with research done in the post-colonial or decolonial framework, this is not just my research that I will be talking about, but all these case studies and the general framework stems from cooperation. I'm currently preparing a handbook of post-colonial and decolonial linguistics together with Karsten Levisen. We've been cooperating in the area of post-colonial linguistics for the past 10 years now. We started with a course of the same title at Aarhus University in 2012, if I remember correctly, and from there on delved into these issues. And this handbook should come out in 2027. The first case study is based on a presentation and a kind of research paper that I did with Mauro Fernandez from the University of A Coruña in Spain. The second one is stemming from my cooperation with Marie Viclesho, and this new documentation project is a cooperation with Danai Perez and Gillian Melchor, in addition to Chabacano-speaking communities, mostly in Cavite in the Philippines at this point. Decolonial approaches have gained prominence in academia in recent decades, also in the field of linguistics. We can see this, for example, in the publication of the book Colonial and Decolonial Linguistics by Anna Doimert, Anne Storch, and Nick Shepard that came out in 2020, or in Decolonizing Linguistics by Charity Hadley, Mallinson and Buchholz from 2024, or for example, also in a more applied perspective as this book from this year by Bolu and Bolu Katseni that takes an interdisciplinary approach to this issue. Their background lies in post-colonial studies, developed especially in literary and cultural studies from the 1980s onwards, with focus on the ex-colonial areas of Great Britain and France. In linguistics, there have been important works examining the relationship between language and colonialism that aim to offer a better understanding of the relationships between language and colonialism. This means, or they aim to give a better understanding of early Western resources, often early Western resources, of non-European languages, their purposes, aims, audiences, methodological backgrounds, and relevance for current research. They also examine the creation and affirmation of power relations, colonial hegemonies, and colonial ideologies through linguistic contributions. Post-colonial year is a time and space after the European origin colonial period, but with a clear connection to it, as colonial constructions are not tied to that particular period of time. Decolonial approaches take a different inspiration from the Latin American critical theory and with a focus on the coloniality of power and its links to modernity. We all know, we don't necessarily all know, but some of us think that, for example, modernity doesn't reach all areas at the same speed, and at the same time or at the same speed, and one of the cases in point is Latin America, for example, where you can have the most contemporary and modern urban structures and institutions, and next to it, cultures and practices that relate to pre-colonial times. These decolonial approaches ask how colonial structures persist in modern institutions and knowledge systems. Their basic idea on the colonial matrix of power sees it as a foundational structure of the modern world, enforcing a single dominant worldview. In contrast to post-colonial approaches, it is said to more explicitly reject Eurocentrism and promote pluriversality. And, for example, Mignolo calls for epistemic disobedience to create an open space for multiple epistemologies, relocalizing knowledge to reflect diverse worldviews, reclaiming non-Western, indigenous, and subaltern ways of knowing. However, today, decolonial approaches are often practiced from the Western academic institutions and have become, if I dare to say so, to some degree, mainstream. A look at the publishers of the volumes on decolonial linguistics makes a case in point. As we see here, we have Oxford University Press, Routledge, etc., etc. Doimert and Stroh, in their introduction, defined the area of action of decolonial linguistics in the following way. They ask the following questions. What does it mean for us today as linguists to work in a discipline that has been shaped in significant ways by colonialism? So it deals with the discipline of linguistics in itself. And how has this history affected our practices and concepts, our theories, knowledges, and epistemes? Charity Hadley and colleagues place emphasis on the activist research side, growing at the grassroots levels and often with a center on the indigenous. The need for decolonial approaches in language contact can be argued for because our field often studies historically and socioeconomically marginalized communities and their languages. The context and communicative practices we are interested in fall often outside of vertical transmission models. Our objects of study might be challenging to classify as languages sometimes. Felicity Meekins has actually called Creole studies as a third space for historical linguistics that can help us with the studies of the socio-historical moment of Creole genesis, for example, because Creoles, to understand historical processes of linguistic development, because Creoles are typically younger languages than non-Creoles, according to her, with some having good documentation of the circumstances of their emergence. But in general, language contact can question given assumptions in linguistic theorizing. Note, however, that at the same time, many of us claim that contact linguistics is as any other subfield of linguistics and uses, or the same methods and theories apply for both. In order to examine and perhaps dismantle these colonial power structures, or the colonial matrix of power in Mignola's and Quijano's terms, representation and agency from post-colonial theory, or that have been central for post-colonial theory, need to be defined. Although linguistics has now started to ask these questions, we are often still conducting research from the Western world. Here, I would like to draw on Gayatri Chakravarty-Spivak's famous article, Can the Subaltern Speak, from 1988. In her view, the subaltern cannot be truly heard or understood within dominant discourses, as agency is shaped and limited by the colonial matrix of power and discourse, as well as constrained by historical, cultural, and discursive forces. Therefore, those who seek to represent others must constantly question their own position and the power dynamics involved. So, these are the three case studies or three aspects that I will be examining here. These are positionality of the researcher, unlearning, and relearning. And all these case studies, as I already mentioned, are placed in the Philippines and in the context of my academic career of researching Chabacano, the Spanish lexifier Creole of the Philippines. The Philippines is an ethnically diverse, highly multilingual country with several languages spoken and several varieties spoken, and there is great influence and importance of colonial languages in the linguistic ecology of the country, or of the islands in general. We can see this today in the institutions such as school or the administration and media that work mainly in English, and also some historical traces of the Spanish presence in names, for example, expressions of time in borrowings into Philippine languages, as well as the legal working culture and the church. In addition to this, many Filipinos work outside of the Philippines, so there is an overseas working culture and migration that further adds to the language contact settings that we have in connection to the Philippines. The Philippines has a nationalist language policy that promotes Filipino, which is a kind of national standardized language based on Tagalog, but also enriched by features from other Philippine languages. But our focus here is on the Creole varieties that in research go under the name of Chabacano. As I already said, they have Spanish, mostly Spanish lexicon and Philippine adstrate, which means that many of the grammatical structures and semantics stem from the Philippine languages. These are, Chabacano is spoken in relatively small communities, besides Zamboanga, which Zamboanga Chabacano has more than, or let's say several hundreds of thousands of speakers, both as first language speakers or second language speakers, if we want to create these divisions. But all these communities are facing language shift towards Tagalog and in some cases also towards English. And I've marked now here on the map with the stars two communities on the island of Luzon, close to Manila, in Cavite and Ternate. These are the most familiar, or I've been working with these communities for the past 25 years now. And then in the southern island of Mindanao, we have Zamboanga, which is the largest community and the most vital. It is basically one of the lingua francas of the region. And then there are two varieties spoken in Cotabato and Davao, also on the island of Mindanao, that are poorly documented. So let's look at the positionality in assessing a colonial language sample. The aim with this example is to show how positionality affects the classification of colonial language samples. And this case study stems from my presentation with Mauro Fernandez a couple of years ago at the SPCL winter meeting. There, we wanted to assess if the existing early Chabacano samples that are available, if they are representative. How can we classify them? How do we assess them? What kind of features are present in them? And these mostly consist of dialogues in kind of newspaper articles or theater pieces, these costumbrista pieces that describe the daily life in the Philippines in the 19th century, and also some personal postcards from the latter half of the 19th century, especially for the varieties in Luzon. This is what we have available. And the question of this representativeness is central to all these samples, and its assessment requires careful attention to the sources, their probable authors, and the linguistic samples in them. Many of the first available samples of pidgins and creoles are presumed imitations by people who did not actually speak these varieties, or they are represented as reproductions of phrases or dialogues heard casually. And this is also the case for Chabacano. If we look at the formation period of Chabacano, there is some linguistic evidence that tells us that it had to happen at the earliest in the beginning of the 18th century or late 17th century, and this we know because of the sound changes in Spanish that have given both borrowings to the Philippine languages and what we then have in Chabacano. So, for example, in Tagalog, we have from the Spanish, today's Spanish jabón, we have sabón because of the sound change that hadn't gone through when it was borrowed into Tagalog, and in Chabacano we have the jabón, which is kind of in connection to modern variation in Spanish. There are no linguistic samples from this period from the 18th century, but there are some mentions about the ethnic and cultural diversity in Manila, for example, in Spanish writings about the Philippines, and references to the linguistic situation in some of the groups that later then were speakers of Chabacano. The earliest sample that has been located so far is from 1859, of like considerable length, and this is Chabacano in plays in Manila, so theater pieces. This place refers to theater places, etc. And due to this lack of early sources, of course, the date of formation of Chabacano has been a matter of dispute. And this is why we think that any source, even if it's from the late 19th century, can offer some light into this. So, Mauro Fernandez documented this new sample in the Philippine or Spanish archives of the Philippine matters. And it is an anonymous complaint. It is a letter which is an anonymous complaint against a soldier named Custodio, whom another soldier accuses of being involved in the uprising of the indigenous forces of the Cavite garrison on January 20, 1872. So we think that it's written in February 1872, and it was located in the archive of the Gobernador General de Filipinas. The governor was called Rafael Izquierdo. It consists of 3 sheets and has altogether 182 words, so it's not a very large sample in itself. And as I already said, it talks about this soldier named Custodio, and it accuses him of being implicated in the insurrection of Cavite. And the signatory, the letter is signed by Tal Fulano, so Tal Fulano in Spanish, but written in the Philippine form with the P, John Doe, so we don't know who it is. Cavite mutiny was an act of decolonial resistance at the end of the 19th century. It was a brief uprising of about 200 Filipino troops and workers at the Cavite arsenal. Cavite was the main port for the Spanish military on the Manila Bay. And it was part of the independence movement of the Philippines, and it ended with the execution of several soldiers, of course, involved in this uprising, and the execution of 3 priests that later became heroes for the emancipation movement of the Philippines. I will not go through the letter in itself, but I will show what kind of feature or form-based classification we did of the items in this letter. And we divided them in 3 groups that, of course, can be disputed, and we could then discuss this a little bit further. But here you see a little bit what kind of features can be identified. So we have most of the lexicon is in Spanish, but some Philippine features as well that have to do with the local practices, such as these beliefs about what gives you protection and force. The accuser is saying that Custodio has some kind of amulet that will protect him, so they should be very careful when they go to arrest him. There are also some changes to the Spanish vowels and syllable structure, and then semantic overlap in some of the constructions and discourse markers. In addition to the lexicon, the most notable Spanish feature is the noun phrase. There are several Spanish plurals and plural agreement in the letter, and the letter also starts with these formulaic greetings in the beginning and closes with them in Spanish of that time. But the letter also has very typical Creole features, or similar features that are similar to the Chabacano that is spoken today. So we have preverbal TMA marking, we have object or oblique marking with the particle con, and some expressions that are found in other Chabacano sources as well, like con aquel día or dice, which are kind of quotative markers and so on. Of course, these 2 last ones could also be placed under Philippine features, but now in this, we have now classified them together with other Creole samples. Having been written or dictated by a somewhat educated Filipino soldier who had an understanding of Spanish language and the formulaic uses needed it, we can think that this text is authentic. However, the non-systematic presence of Spanish features is notable, as we have seen. We have plurals and concordance between the determiner and the plural, and the noun and the adjective. And we have forms of treatment of superiors in the army. So do these Spanish features reduce the authenticity of this text as a sample of early Chabacano or some kind of Chabacano spoken in the 19th century? Let's look what other Chabacano scholars have said throughout the history about the authenticity in Chabacano texts. Authenticity has been discussed throughout the history of these texts. For example, some ilustrados Filipinos, these kind of Filipino intellectuals of the 19th century, commented on the authenticity and representativeness of Hugo Schuchart's samples in his Creolische Studien that talked about the Malayo-Spanish varieties. While Schuchart was preparing his monograph, he maintained an intense correspondence with, for example, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera, here on the image, and these letters have been actually published by Mauro Fernandez in 2010. Pardo de Tavera was a Spanish mestizo in colonial terms. You had different types of mestizos in the Philippines, and these were divided, and according to their ethnic provenance. And he prepared examples of dialogues and answered many questions by Schuchart. He also noted to Schuchart that some of the texts that Schuchart had received from Manila did not seem authentic or real to him. Like, for example, here we have him saying that it's a bad model of Parian language here being Chabacano. It must be made by a Spaniard because of the way of twisting the words, because the way of twisting the words is not ours. Pardo de Tavera grew up in Binondo, Manila, but Chabacano was not the language of his home. However, it was part of his socialization, and therefore he could recognize and classify these Chabacano texts, some of them as failed imitations or products by the Spanish. Pardo de Tavera's critique of the authenticity had to do mainly with the structure, or what he called the spirit of the language. However, as in the letter that we here analyzed, we can also find Spanish plurals in the samples that Pardo de Tavera provided to Schuchard, and they also include conjugated verbs from Spanish, like creo and fue. Another Filipino who corresponded with Schuchard was José Rizal, the Philippine national hero. Also, Rizal's writing included Chabacano dialogues, and he too used the Creole in his daily life, perhaps also in the family, as seen in his postcards and novels. In the example here, he comments Schuchard's materials or Chabacano samples that were published in his Creolische Studien, but unfortunately, some of these letters arrived quite late, so Schuchard couldn't take them into account when preparing his article. However, again, we find several Spanish features in Rizal's Chabacano texts or samples. He uses plurals, the agreement between the noun phrase, and some conjugated verbs, forms, and we don't think that he considered them as contamination. What characterizes authenticity for Rizal, as in the case of Pardo de Tavera, is the syntax or the genius of the language in Pardo de Tavera's words. Keith Winham, another prominent Chabacano scholar from the mid-20th century, would see the Spanish elements as a problem or as contamination. In his monograph on the contact varieties of the Philippine Islands from 1956, authenticity is not used as a term, but we see other related terms, such as the use of contaminated, in his writing. In general, in his work, Winham tried to reproduce a pure version of the Creole. For Winham, the most authentic text would be the most internally consistent, the one with the fewest features of Spanish. It would also be the purest, connecting with his idea of the emergence of this Creole from a Malay-Portuguese pidgin in Southeast Asia. The oldest version of the Creole had to be consistent, more regular, pure, and therefore the most authentic. So, what was the most authentic Chabacano? The polished text in Winham's books, or the one in the letter that we have examined here, or the ones that were produced by Rizal and Pardo de Tavera? Was it the Chabacano that was the most grammatically consistent, or the natural spoken one? Winham and many Creolists would probably answer the first. Pardo de Tavera and Rizal would answer the second. It should be borne in mind, however, that users of Chabacano were not looking to speak Chabacano, but rather to speak Spanish. They knew that they spoke it in a different way, very close to the grammar of the Philippine languages, in the word order, in the suppression of the unnecessary concordances, or the verbal inflection of person, time, and mood, remaining only with the aspect, or in causative constructions, or in negation. However, the anonymous soldier who wrote the complaint that we have presented here today also thought that he was writing in Spanish. The awareness that this way of speaking Spanish constitutes a different language has been brought to the speakers by us, the linguists. So, all knowledge is shaped by the knower's social and historical contexts. And different classifications of this colonial time letter are shaped by the time, locality, and perspective of the language user or researcher. The cult of authenticity is not unknown in language description and documentation, or in studying the endangerment of languages. Here, purity and contamination are constantly negotiated and affected by notions of awareness about language forms and functions. All this requires a critical reflexivity on the position of the researcher and the language user for allowing a critical classification of these features, varieties, and languages. Okay, so after the positionality examination, let's look at unlearning, which is also very much connected to the previous case, through speaker and researcher perspectives on Creole features in modern times. We could also, of course, apply this perspective to the colonial sample. This is based on a paper that I wrote and published with Marie-Vic Lesho some 10 years ago in the Journal of Ibero-Romance Creoles on folk perceptions of variation among the Chabacano Creoles. And the aim of this case study is to show how to unlearn the received knowledge in our field of study about what is important or worth studying. And for our paper, we were especially interested in how speaker and researcher understandings of the relationship and the mutual intelligibility between the Chabacano varieties meet. What kind of matches and mismatches do we find there? Folk perception studies focus on the perspective of the language user. They are especially interested in what the speakers consider to constitute their language variety, what kind of features are included in there, how does it differ from other language varieties, and what do the speakers consider authentic or prestigious. There is some literature on folk perceptions in Creole studies in general. There is Wassing's study on Jamaican Creole, looking at regional and other types of variation, the role of the language in society, and the speakers in the society, etc. And Drager and Grama's study in Hawaii, where speakers labeled where Pidgin, Hawaiian English, and other language varieties were spoken, and how they were associated with ethnicity with different ways of speaking. Already in the 80s and before, let's say almost from the start of Creole studies, there have been these meta-linguistic awareness studies, and there has been a claim for their importance especially with regard to avoiding imposing researchers' classifications. And this is especially relevant for Creole studies because of the variation that is encountered in these communities. It can also be used for language planning purposes in helping to manage the multilingualism, for example, or language learning purposes. In our studies, most of the data came from fieldwork-based observation, interviews, map tasks, and they were combined with a later online survey. We did a combination and cross-analysis of the collected material and tried to reflect on our position and previous knowledge when collecting the material and analyzing it. And we also tried to bring some transparency into the picture and into the material with the indication of sources and materials types in this study. The interviews were conducted in Ternate and Cavite City, in Ternate with 55 people and in Cavite City with 44, not with the folk perception study only in mind, but also as part of language documentation projects. And the survey online was answered by 24 people, 18 of which were from Zamboanga. At that time, it was not possible to visit Zamboanga, so we had to rely to the online means of getting answers from there. All the participants were bilingual, often with Tagalog as the other language, and most were also fluent in English. The questions were given mainly in Chabacano, and there were questions on language use, preferred language, and language attitudes. And our participants came from various social classes, including also teachers and language activists that often are more aware of these issues. There were also, in the map tasks were combined with interviews in Cavite City, and here people gave explicit commentary on similarities and differences. And here you, for example, see the map that we used. It was a basic map, and then people could draw and comment on it, very typical for perceptual dialectology studies. And here the speakers gave their ideas about the social history of Cavite Chabacano and the influence of language ideologies on the phonology of this variety. And especially they commented on the mid-vowel raising and second singular pronoun use and their relationships to different social meanings in the city. It was part of Marie-Vic's doctoral dissertation. So The speakers saw all varieties as Chabacano, but also as separate languages or dialects. So our linguists' view of trying to draw these boundaries between languages was not kind of directly reflected in their answers. It was also important to notice that the communities were perceived as culturally distinct. So although for us linguists it's often the kind of Spanish contact vernaculars, Hispanic linguistic heritage in the Philippines is the common denomination. Here they could see cultural differences between the communities. The notion of Chabacano as a dialect of Spanish existed in some groups, and this is also seen in other studies. There is a kind of historical confusion about the different language varieties and the low numbers of Spanish speakers in the Philippines that are connected to these notions. Speakers see something that they call deep Chabacano, Chabacano Hondo, spoken by older and rural people, as more akin to Spanish. And they are also aware of the generational differences and language shift situations in the three communities that were studied here. What is perceived to be Spanish about the linguistic differences? Well, people mentioned lexicon, some prepositions, also lisp and softness regarding the pronunciation, especially in Zamboanga and Cavite. Here you have an example from the survey that we got, making reference to a traditional Chabacano family, old and rich for some reason, where relatives speak with a lisp, making it sound really authentic, like how our abuelito and abuelita used to convene with us way back. This lisp probably refers to the Spanish peninsular pronunciation of the th. They also commented on lexical differences from the different adstrates or from independent development. For example, in Ternate, they highlighted the no hay más que el viejo pescado, sin pescado, na capite de quel, making this use of Spanish preposition as evident in Cavite city. They also commented on pronoun variation between the communities. For example, someone from Cavite said, el motru tiene pa hilo cosa te llama que el motru no sabe cosa el motru es. So they say this motru, they have something else called motro. I don't know what motro is, but he was able to identify this is the first person plural pronoun that is used in Ternate, which differs from Cavite. And they also commented on something that we interpreted to be intonation. It was called punto, tono, accent in the responses, and other phonological differences. And unfortunately, the sound clip doesn't, for some reason, play here, so you just have to imagine how it is, or I will try to repeat. The person says, como el platicada tiene tono, my God, con eso diva, andate una plaza, con hilo, andate una plaza, ansina no va, compra tu huevos, o con eso compra tu huevos lang. So he's contrasting the intonation between Ternate and Cavite. Okay, how do these perceptions from the communities align with linguists' views? Well, there are several matches, pronominal variation being one of them. There is something about the phonology and their pronunciation differences, for example, the variation in mid-vowel raising, the coda RL variation in Cavite, for example, also lexical variation, also prepositions and conjunctions, and generational differences that have been noted. But no speakers comment on the TMA markers or the leísmo-yeísmo differences from that are carried over from Spanish, the pre-aspirated trills that are distinctive for Ternate, or the aspiration differences with regard to S in coda. Also, there are claims about where pure Chabacano is spoken, which doesn't match our understanding of the extensive code switching that is common in all the communities in all settings. And it is also important to notice that the meaning of features can vary place to place. So for example, in Cavite, they attach a certain meaning with a certain feature from Zamboanga with Hispanic heritage, which then is given a different meaning in the local variety. We know that the grammatical differences are less salient for speakers than the phonological or lexical differences, so there is it's not very surprising what we see here. The speakers are more focused on understanding and can partly rely on their multilingual repertoires on Philippine languages and English. And the divergent items, like the pronouns, they differ mainly in form and less in function. And these functions are significantly influenced by the adstrates. So this explains, for example, because the different pragmatic functions of the pronominal forms can cause misunderstandings and kind of problems in the social relations, they are mentioned most often. However, researchers often bring their own metalinguistic systems and ideologies into their analysis of languages that they don't speak natively. And methodologically, we know that these practices have led to problems when, for example, Creolists have discarded data because they thought it was not basilectal enough, as we saw in the first case study, not traditional enough or really Creole enough. And here, what is evident in the salience of these features for speakers and our focus on the TMA marking, for example, is quite evident. The Creolists' obsession with the formation of the contact variety and the shared features such as the TMA marking become very evident when compared with these speaker perceptions. Okay, and I will now finish with an example of what relearning could be through, and the example that I will show is through collaboration in language documentation. Okay, it's called Sustainable Language Documentation. It's a project where we want to document 3 endangered contact languages spoken in Cavite, Cotabato, and Davao in the Philippines. These are the varieties. Well, the Cavite one is highly endangered. It has only some older speakers. No children are learning the language anymore. And the closeness of Manila makes the situation even more difficult when thinking about this language. And Cotabato and Davao are very poorly documented, although mentioned often in the Chabacano studies. And in this project, we have 2 main aims. Of course, we have the kind of linguistic aim of documenting these varieties in a collaborative framework, at the same time providing community-relevant language materials and a documentary corpus embedded in their multilingual ecologies. The second aim has to do with the development of sustainable language documentation practices. And here we want to compare our view of what is relevant in a documentation project with the speaker views. And we accept that this might even shape our project goals in a significant manner. And here the researchers based at University of Helsinki are Danae Perez and Gillian Melchor, and we are cooperating at this moment with the Chabacano associations in Cavite, and the main one is the Asociación de Amigos de Cavite, the Chabacano in Cavite. Interestingly enough, we have applied for funding for this project for the ELDP, the Endangered Languages Documentation Project, for example, which kind of, the feedback we got was that it is a very good project, but these languages are not in their focus because they are not endangered enough as they are Hispanic contact varieties. This was the motivation we got. But we were lucky enough to receive funding from the Kone Foundation. This is the elevator company, Finnish elevator company that thought that this is interesting, and the University of Helsinki is funding Gillian Melchor's PhD for 4 years. We know that ideologies and attitudes related to the languages have a significant effect on documentation and the type of data that is collected. This is especially relevant for contact languages due to their transplanted histories and relatively recent formation, and because they are often seen as less authentic than, for example, indigenous languages, or they are seen as some kind of broken versions of their lexifiers, which was seen, for example, in the feedback that we got from one of the funders. And in these communities, we have identified in previous research and something that we are preparing now with Mari Viklesho, a very complex dynamics of prestige and power in connection to the Hispanic heritage and national pride that exist in the Philippines. Language documentation is also in transformation. Traditionally, languages are often seen as self-contained entities in the eyes of a documentary linguist, and although some changes are being seen, there is a focus on the ancestral authentic code, which is constructed on an idealized speaker. Some new approaches that have been proposed, for example, on the field of small-scale multilingualism, place emphasis on the contemporary communicative ecology mode of documentation. And here, what Di Carlo et al., for example, highlight is the social linguistic adequacy over structural adequacy or consistency, if we think about it, in multilingual language documentation. And in practice, it would mean, for example, this is from their article in 2021, you can see that all this social linguistic information has to be coded into the language documentation corpora that is being prepared. And I find this approach very, very interesting, and we will try to apply it into our data collection and work and see how it goes. We don't have time to stop in this for more time, but please, I refer that you check out this article on social linguistic language documentation as well. Our project is divided into 3 working packages. The first one that is ongoing now focuses on legacy materials, so materials collected on previous cooperation with the Cavite community, for example. And the main part has to do with this collaborative documentation with the communities. Here we are going to use linguistic diaries, social linguistic interviews, cultural demonstrations for the documentary part. And on the side, we are also focusing on sustainable methodologies in documentation through community workshops. So before we actually start data collection, we discuss and define the goals with the communities. And here on the images, you have some of these legacy materials from Cavite Chabacano newsletter, and you see what kind of information normally is included. And here we have one of the Chabacano associations from my previous field works, and these are the kind of active speakers some 15 years ago, so you can see that the age group is quite advanced. With regard to methodologies, these are the questions that we will be asking. How does the state of the art in language documentation reflect community understandings of sustainable practices? What kind of practices enhance cooperation? What aspects hamper cooperation and sustainability? And what data types and methods in our linguists' understanding match with community understandings of sustainability? With this methodological change, we try to aim for relearning from the perspective of the documentary linguists. So of course we have our linguistics or documentation aims. We want to offer a holistic documentation of the Spanish lexicon contact varieties of the Philippines in the 21st century. This is obvious. But we want to place them in their multilingual ecology, so we don't target only one code. And we also want to introduce some methodological renewal as to language documentation stemming from these community workshops. The community aims that we have identified so far are language preservation and revitalization in Cavite. We don't know about Cotabato and Davao yet. And heritage promotion of the kind of Hispanic legacy that is important for the community in Cavite. And education materials for the multilingual education programs that they have been having in the Philippines for some time. And what I see central in these aims is the kind of the ownership of the aims in transformation. We have, of course, acquired the funding as documentary linguists for a language documentation project, but an important part of it are the community aims. Most of the funding is also reserved for researcher salaries in the Western European academic system, but there is some significant funding also reserved for these community participants and people who work for the project in the Philippines. Okay, these were the 3 case studies. Let's now look at some concluding remarks. My questions were, in the beginning, what does decoloniality mean for the study of language contact? Well, I think decolonial approaches are crucial for language contact, especially due to the historical marginalization of the speakers, from the Creole perspective especially, but also for others. It can also offer a critical reflection on the methods, materials, and theorizing about language contact in the academic institutions where research is conducted. Focusing on researchers' own positionalities within the field, critically examining the divisions of our field, be they theoretical, conceptual, or something like that, and relearning in a collaborative framework. So, in a way, recognizing the positionalities, unlearning the learned, and relearning with others would be the take-home message from here. What are then ways to support decolonial ways of working? Well, the most important one is, of course, with communities that speak those languages. We shouldn't separate ourselves from them. And through inspiration from indigenous studies in the decolonial methodologies and collaborative frameworks. Learning together and from another is key in partnership and collaboration, as is listening across cultural difference to reach mutual understanding. Collaboration is not the standard approach to research that students in most Western academic programs are trained in. In fact, in many programs, students are trained to become experts and authorities in a certain discipline and to think of themselves as experts, competitive, striving for excellence, recognition, and leadership. But this critical reflexivity is central for our agency and approaches in this sense, as what I just said. So, all this, I will close with a quote from Walter Mignolo, who says that decoloniality, rather than a theory, is a way of being, doing, and thinking about the world and in the world. Thank you.
We have some time for questions. Do we have?
Okay. Thank you very much. I found it very refreshing the way that you sort of rather gently and delicately framed the decoloniality agenda as what you called positionality and the critical reflexivity, so the envelope at the beginning of the end, wrapping your case studies. But I wanted to ask you, quite often decoloniality in some discourses very much captures a kind of an antagonism. It's seen very much as a struggle between a sense of empowerment, aspirations, and versus hegemonic tendencies.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you if, through your work or observations on other case studies, whether you think that is necessarily the case. Does one inevitably fall into some kind of antagonism? Have you experienced any antagonism or witnessed others engaging in a self-proclaimed decoloniality framework, necessarily sliding into an antagonistic being? Or is it possible to simply take the relaxed approach that you've presented here very much and view it very much as maybe primarily an intellectual challenge rather than a struggle?
Yeah. Well, that's probably one of the reasons I have not used decoloniality in my titles before, because of course I'm aware of my position as a white female professor in a Finnish university. That doesn't really place me in the antagonist position. One of my feet is in this, if we want to talk in antagonist terms, on the wrong side. I am part of it. What can I do about it? Well, but I can try to understand. I can try to be critical. So I have a great understanding, and I support the antagonistic view as well. Sometimes you need action, sometimes you need revolution, sometimes you need to kind of highlight the problems. But I am not certain that I am the right person to really say anything conclusive about this. This is my take on decoloniality and post-coloniality, and I think we can all, like linguistics in general, will benefit greatly from it. It will renew, it will make our methodologies and our data better when we have a better understanding of what is going in the world. But yeah, representation is a very complicated matter. So I don't know if I answered, but these are my thoughts on the issue.
Any other question?
Thank you, Eva. This was very interesting and fascinating presentation. What do you think the implications of decoloniality are in a historical perspective, especially for historical languages that might not be extant?
What is the, in historical perspective, and then what was the second part?
For languages that are no longer existing, that are no longer extant.
Yeah. Well, there is actually some stuff going on for about revitalization, like reviving dormant languages. So that could be an act of resistance. In terms of resistance speaking, I think it's very interesting. I know of a case of Mujica, for example, in Peru, that has been revived, and people are learning it in connection to, let's say, local histories, local cultures, and so on. So, yeah, you could maybe perhaps consider it as an act of resistance. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I have actually a question about collecting data. Mm-hmm. For instance, for some phenomena, it's basically about syntax. It's very important to have translation tasks.
Yes.
From the prestige language to the minority language. So is that, in your opinion, also an act of colonization, or is it in some context necessary to collect the data? So I'm asking because I'm concerned about that. I know what you mean, of course, yeah.
Yeah, naturalistic data doesn't always show all the structures that we want to study, and of course we need elicitation, we need translation. And for example, in the Philippine case, many people that I work with are completely fluent in English, more fluent than I am, and had a better command of that, and probably can translate some nuances into other languages. But is it an act of colonialism? No, I don't know. I'm open to a diversity of approaches as long as we are critical about them, as long as we reflect on the type of data that we collect and don't claim it to be the only type of data that could tell us the whole truth, the one truth about that situation. So we actually have for the handbook, we have a chapter on decolonial syntax. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it entails. It hasn't been handed in yet, so looking forward to reading it.
Somehow managed to do
Thank you very much for your talk. It was very, very interesting. I have just out of curiosity, I would like to know if you could talk more a little bit about the community workshops that you did and how they worked. Yeah. Thank you.
So Danae Perez, that you might know, she has been working with the Afro-Hispanic communities in Bolivia previously. She's now a communication facilitator in a European context, and we thought that we will, that is what that's kind of her main task in the project. She's organizing these workshops and seeing. There are some initial questions. Our focus is on sustainability, so we are taking the UN sustainability goals as start of the discussion, so kind of a little bit distanced from the linguistic aims. And from there, we also are aware that these are very Western concepts of sustainability, but we kind of use them to prompt a discussion on these topics. And then the goals are explicitly discussed of what do we want to do coming from an academic environment, and what is relevant for the community itself for their aims, like what do they want to have as the ultimate product of this, this documentation project. But on the other hand, we also acknowledge that it will change throughout the project, so kind of this one pure aim that is at the end will probably not happen in any of the forms, not in the linguistic nor from the community perspective, but we'll have to see. That's why also I chose this quote, because being, doing, and thinking about the world, this has to be ongoing throughout the project. So we have now planned one community workshop in the beginning of the project, one final one. Those are kind of financed in the plan. And of course, throughout the work, we will be discussing these matters with the communities and the people that are interested in working with us. I do not assume that everybody wants to work in this project.
Okay, I think we have time for the last question.
Thank you very much. It was really inspiring talk. Thank you. I wonder if you addressed the issue of spelling in your research, or if you know that in order to maintain or to reinforce these languages, there are projects of new orthographies or something like that.
I think I missed the main if I address the issue of
spelling.
Spelling.
Spelling. And
One
in order
of my favorite
to
topics.
revitalize languages, often there is the problem of how to put them on paper. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, in Zamboanga, the spelling has been an issue because it is a kind of standardized language used also in basic education. But we are not focusing on Zamboanga. In these communities, through my experience, I've written an article on this as well, people don't care about the spelling. They can spell in English, they can spell in Tagalog, depends on what is their kind of strongest spelling system, they can apply it to Chabacano. Some even indicate or index kind of the Hispanic heritage by inserting Hispanic spellings, but not everybody has access to that. It is quite variable, and people don't see it as problematic. They are not in doubt when you ask them to write something. They will just, yeah, I'll write it. And younger people often resort to the Philippine orthographies that are phonemic, and older people insert the Spanish spelling types.
And they also mix up probably these different systems, or are they consistent, for example, in the letter that you analyze?
Yeah, now I don't remember what the Aviso had. That had more Hispanic, I think. Yeah, for example, we have llegando is with the double L and so on. So, and this is also typical for Cavite.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we can move to the next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so our next speaker.
No, I can't see the screen, so I can't open my talk.
How can we?
Because she was using her.
Okay, I think we need the help from the.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk to you, what I'm going to present today is part of a bigger project to investigate language use and French in British Columbia. So when I say BC, I refer to British Columbia, a very English-dominant province of Canada. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that I work at UBC, so the University of British Columbia campus, which sits on the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Musqueam First Nation. So we do this land acknowledgement in the spirit of reconciliation, but of course we know that it is not sufficient. So I usually, when I present at a conference, I usually present stuff that has not yet been published, but between the day that we had to submit the abstracts and today, the paper, this paper came out, so about a month and a half ago. It was published in the Journal of Language, Identity, and Education. So this is the plan for today's presentation, and I'm going to talking a bit about the context and present to you my research question. So I don't know what you know about Canada, so I'm going to give you a bit of the background. I live and work in Vancouver, which is the main city of British Columbia, in green, very eastern part of Canada. In most people's imaginations outside Canada, we see Canada as being bilingual. It is not the case. It is bilingual at the federal level, but in the field, it's very different. So in British Columbia, for example, there's 1.6% of the population who speak French at home. So we're not many of them. I'm one of them, and typically I immigrated from another province. So it's quite difficult to find French speakers who were born in BC and still use French today. And most of us, we speak English most of the time. I only speak French when I teach, actually. So it's a very dominant English context. So in the past 25 years, more or less, the government has been investing and trying to welcome French-speaking immigration into those provinces that are very English dominant. So this is why the French speakers that exist are from elsewhere. 95% of the population in BC speak English, and about 25% of the population speak another language than English or French. So this is a very diverse city. I have different projects because we know very little about French in British Columbia. For the past 25 years, the French-speaking community has been fighting to have education in French. So it is part of our chart, it's part of our right to have education in French, no matter where you live in Canada, and also to have education in English if you live in Quebec, so a French-speaking dominant province. But the situation is quite terrible. The school where I was doing research, for example, has a maximum capacity of 300 students, and there are almost 600 students. So they have portable classrooms. They're renting spaces in the neighborhood. In some other places in British Columbia, the French school is actually just a few classrooms within the English-speaking schools. Some teachers don't have offices. They have to go to the coffee shops to have their meetings. So it is quite surprising to see that in a country that is so developed like Canada. So the Federation of the Francophone Parents of BC, together with the French language school district, have been fighting for 25 years against the Ministry of Education in British Columbia. And in theory, they won in 2020. So that means that the government of BC is supposed to be investing money so French speakers can have the same education as English-speaking kids. But it is not the case mainly because they say it doesn't really matter because they all speak English and they're going to be assimilated to English eventually anyway. So the fight is still undergoing. So they launched a campaign in 2019, and in the video, which is kind of funny, they talk a lot about that fear of French eventually disappearing. So this is my starting point for this research project. So my research question is, what discourses of endangerment and maintenance coexist and drive the use of French among young plurilingual speakers of Vancouver? The theoretical framework that I use, so I follow the work of Heller and Duchesne, and I understand the discursive space of endangerment and maintenance as involving specific ideologies of language. So their work is really on endangerment. There's nothing that exists about the discourse and the ideologies around maintenance, but I follow their theory because for me they work together. Okay, so the focus is not the vitality of the language, but rather the formulations and belief around the languages that are believed to be endangered. Because it's important to know that in British Columbia, French, it's actually the only province of Canada where French is growing. So there is that discourse of endangerment, but it's not based on numbers. The methodology. So this is the school district where I did my research. I selected one high school, which was the one closest to my place, even if it was quite far. I did observations during about 8 weeks in the spring of 2022 to understand better the functioning of the schools, how the kids use language, and just to give you an idea, I think my first reaction was the same as everybody who entered the French schools. I was surprised because the kids, they all speak English. English is their language of socialization, and it's definitely a challenge for the school district and for the teachers. Just to give you an idea, there's a family I know who moved from Quebec. The teenagers, they only spoke French, and after 1 year at that French school, their English was perfect. So they learned English in 1 year at that French school. So I visited different classrooms from grade 7 to 12, and then I connected with some teachers that I wanted to work with. So the following fall, I started the data collection. And I'm going to talk to you today only about the grade 11 students. So I visited different their classrooms 4 times. So because I wanted it to be a good experience for them at the same time because they collected data for me. So first I gave them a workshop, what it is to do ethnography, how do you collect data when you do field work. They helped me creating a list of interview questions. Then we practice how to do an interview, and then they interviewed each other for half an hour each. So this is the data that I'm using and that I'm presenting today. I use an inductive approach to the data because my objective, I collected a lot of data. I have data for like 10 years. And I didn't know exactly what I was going to study. There's just so much to study about French in British Columbia. But when I started the analysis, reading the interviews, the themes that were dominant, some of the themes that were dominant were the discourses of endangerment and maintenance. So that's why it's the first paper that I wrote with that data. There were about 60 participants, but they're 16, 17 years old. They didn't care that much about my consent form. So about half of them brought the consent form to their parents. These are the ones that are included in this study. If you look at the languages spoken at home, so you see that they are very plurilingual. Among those 34 students, only 2 of them speak French at home with their family. So now if we look at the results, so this is the the table that summarizes the findings. You don't need to read it. We're going to go through that one at a time. So there are the two types of discourses that are dominant, with the discourse of endangerment and the discourse of maintenance. And there are 5 main themes that came out from these discourses. So the first one is French as being threatened by English. So for the students, there are very few opportunities to speak French in this English-dominant environment, and French is very, very easy to forget and to lose. So the first example is from Charlotte, so I'm going to read the examples with you. So her friend asked, "Do you think it's important to study in French in British Columbia?" And she answered, "I think it's important because I think the Francophone community in Vancouver is dying. There are fewer Francophones in British Columbia than in other parts of, not the world, but parts of Canada. And I think it's very important to preserve the French language in Canada." So this is part of a discourse that is existent in Canada at large. And the kids mobilize this existing discourse. They hear their parents tell them all the time, "You have to speak French or you're going to lose it." And they also hear their teachers tell them all the time. So the teachers are really trying to impose and enforce French, and they do it in that way, with using this belief that French is being threatened. The second theme is a preference for English over French. So they consider English to be much easier than French, and speaking French is something that requires effort for them. So here an example with Emma and her friend. These interviews were all in French. I translated them here. When it's underlined, it's because they switched to English. So Emma said, "I prefer to speak English. Most of the time, the world knows the basics of English, and I find that French is very complicated, and really you have to use your brain to speak French, because sometimes I forget the grammatical agreements when I speak in French, and that annoys me. Yes, it really annoys me. I could force myself to speak French more with my parents and stop answering them often in English, maybe. Force myself to speak French with my friends, even if they speak English with me." And then she switches to English. "We should only speak French more often. You just talk to me in English in the middle of a French interview. Oh, it's going great. Next question." So this is something, and the second study that I wrote with this data is how they use the different languages of their repertoire. And the use of English is seen very negatively from the teachers, but they really do it to cooperate with their friends. And here we see that when she switches to English, she also kind of exits the interview mode, and she tells her friend, "Oh, we should speak French, only French more often." And we see here how English is the way of communicating at a more personal level with the friends. And here they mobilize these ideologies of English as being dominant, English as a lingua franca also, and they clearly show their preference for English over French. Now, if we look at the discourse of maintenance, which I think is the most interesting part of the findings. So first, they see plurilingualism as linguistic capital. So it's not French that they see as linguistic capital, is really their bilingualism in English and French, and sometimes with another language. So Thomas said, "I'd say that since we live in Canada, and Canada is a bilingual country, I feel that being able to speak fluent French and English is really a really important asset, because I could go and work in Quebec without any problem. I could work here without any problem, and then I could even move somewhere else, and then I wouldn't really have any other problems." Okay, so here the question that was asked to him was, if speaking French in Canada was important. But his response is, yes, speaking French and English is important. So they really consider, they rarely talk about French on its own. It's bilingualism that is valued by those kids. The other theme, French as part of a bilingual or plurilingual identity. A friend asked, are there times where you feel proud to speak French? And Arthur answered, yes, because I'm proud to be bilingual or even trilingual, because I have more knowledge than others. Okay? So here again, we see that the reply the student gives is related to is multilingualism and not to French only. And these findings are very interesting because they contrast with the mission of the school, which is to share with the students a French-speaking identity, not a bilingual identity. And it's also the reason why the parents send those kids to the French-speaking school, because very often they don't speak French at home, so they expect their kids to learn French at school. And the last theme, a variety of French that is influenced by contact. It's very difficult. One of my objectives is to have a better picture of what exactly is French in British Columbia. It has not been described from a linguistics perspective, and it's partly because it is very challenging. It is still quite recent, and it's the result of contact with English, but also contact with different varieties of French, mainly from Quebec, France, but also from Africa and the Caribbean. And those kids are very used to this linguistic variation. So Thomas said, I feel that my school has this very typical accent that's hard to describe. It's an Anglophone accent and a Francophone accent that's a bit mixed. And I'd say that with this accent, there's also the choice of words, which is also mixed. Sometimes students will speak in French and then suddenly switch to English just because they're used to this constant change of languages. So I'd say that the school accent is half French and half English. So the students kind of alternate between feeling proud of their ways of speaking, their ways of using French and English, but they're also aware that their variety of French diverges from the standard. Most of the teachers at school come from dominant context, from Quebec, from France, and the first few weeks when they arrive, they really have time to do damage to the kids, because they're like, okay, I'm hired to work in a French school, I'm gonna teach them French, and they tell the kids that they don't speak well. So those kids, they hear their parents, they hear their teacher, they hear people in the community tell them that their French is bad, that they don't speak well. So that's also partly why they prefer to switch to English, because when they speak English, people don't comment on the way they speak. So I also work in collaboration with a youth organization who do a lot of work to support the development of linguistic security in French for those young French speakers of British Columbia. So discussion about those results. So I examined how those kids mobilize different discourses of endangerment and maintenance. So first, if we look at endangerment only, so they have internalized common discourses about endangerment of French in BC, even if they don't totally apply to the British Columbia context. And they also use the English as a global language ideology. They see English as a commodity. So what is it at stake in these discursive practices? I really believe that those kids, they form their Francophone identity in relation with English. And this kind of discourse about French being endangered, it brings people together, and it is a unifying discourse for that community. Now, if we look at the discourse of language maintenance, so they view English-French bilingualism as linguistic capital. Linguistic pluralism is part of their identities, and there is a mismatch there with the objective of the mission of the school. And the discursive space where French is maintained involves embracing different varieties of French and contact with English. So these discourses coexist in British Columbia, and I think that the most important finding is that the discourse of maintenance calls for a redefinition of what it means to be a French speaker in BC. It is different than being a French speaker elsewhere in Canada. And this discourse of maintenance is really constructed in opposition with the discourse of endangerment. So I will finish with these last sentence from the paper. As Heller and Duchesne wrote about the discourses of language endangerment, I argue that discourses of language maintenance are discourses about other concerns which take place on the terrain of language. In this case, the main concern is the redefinition of a plural francophonie that better captures and reflects the identity of young French speakers of Vancouver. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's off.
Hello? Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. What I find interesting, especially here, is that the students themselves conducted interviews, not you or someone else as a linguist, as an interviewer. I wonder what instructions did they get in order to conduct these interviews? Who prepared the questions? What instructions did they get to conduct the interviews? Who prepared the questions? Were they spontaneous questions or were they really prepared? What did they know about what, let's say, meta-linguistic knowledge they have about the linguistic situation, and what was their language awareness and the awareness of the situation itself? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I first presented to them a first list of questions, and I told them these are questions that I'm interested in. This is what a questionnaire, interview questions look like, but you know much more about your situation than I do. What other questions are important? What do you want to tell the world about your linguistic situation here? So they added questions that were important to them. Some were like, do you say football or soccer? Do you dream in French or in English? So they added that kind of questions, which were also very interesting for me because eventually I'm going to look at their variety of French. So that's how we created the interview questions. And then it was so that was conducted during a French course. I didn't reinforce, I didn't even tell them that the interview had to be in French. They knew that I was interested in the way they speak naturally. And they were spread out all around the school, in the hallway, some in the classroom, some in the gymnasium. So I wasn't supervising them. I was just walking around. And as a result, it's very interesting because, so they often switch to English. They switch to English when they talk with another student who's walking by, for example. And but I was also able to see instances of linguistic insecurity because they would tend to stop the recording, speak English, and then come back, press play again, and continue in French. So that was more or less the setting for the interviews.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Ève. This is such fascinating research. Congratulations on a wonderful paper.
Thank you.
It's disheartening to hear that teachers from Quebec are going to the other side of the country and telling students they don't speak well. As somebody who also comes from a country with a long list of community languages and increasingly bilingual schools. But I wondered if I could ask you to dig a little deeper into the first comment from a student who said something to her friend like, oh, we should speak French more often. And then she makes this very sarcastic comment back to her friend and says, oh, you've just spoken English to me in this French interview. What do you think is behind that comment? Is she genuine, or is she being a bit facetious perhaps also in her attitude, saying we should do this more often, or is there a sincere desire to speak? I mean, she has the opportunity to do that, right, in that school.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, how can we get these kids to speak
Yeah.
more of the language, where the target language that we're trying to teach them?
Yeah, the situation is so complex. So when they go to primary school, there the teachers are more strict and they force them to speak French. And when they arrive in high school, they're tired of being forced to speak French. So there is really something that is being forced. And they say it, they express it. A lot of them, they don't like French. It's the language that they have to speak. It's not, for many of them, it's not part of their identity. When it is, it's together with other languages. But there's a mismatch with who they are, who they want to express that they are, and what is being imposed on them through the school system. They often say that, oh, we should speak French more. I think they know it's something that they should do, but is it a real desire? English is, well, it's really dominant, but it's also the language that is cool. French is not cool, but English is. They only listen to music in English, TV in music, social media. Everything they do is in English. So French is really the language of school for them. And it's, with my other project, I work with the kids with the youth organization who care a lot about linguistic security, but there I only have access to, it's another kind of students, right? It's the ones that really feel proud about their French, but it's a minority. It's a minority.
Yeah, well, thanks. I always feel very connected when I hear about bilingualism in Canada, because I went to high school for a couple of years in Canada and had English and French. But I was just kind of wondering now with your latest remark about English is cool, French is imposed. If we were to go back half an hour and try and frame then your talk in the decoloniality principles that Eva introduced, the critical reflection and positionality. Ironically, when I went to school in Canada in the late 1970s, it was the Bill 101 and the French kind of struggle for emancipation and status in Quebec, but with waves, of course, across implementation in the federal government level. Somehow this is an antagonistic rebellion against what the state and the researchers and sort of see as a positive achievement, that the fortification of the status of French. So is this actually is the monolingual pro-English narrative a counter-hegemonic narrative in the present day Canadian context, ironically in ways out of the history of the last 50 years?
So the mic stopped at the end, but so I think a lot of their parents and their teachers they're very dominantly from Quebec, and they come with this pride of being Quebecois and wanting to transmit a Quebecois culture, the Quebecois language, variety of French. And in the classrooms, for example, they will talk about Saint Jean-Baptiste, the National Day of Quebec, and maple syrup, and things that do not relate to their identities at all. So the teachers are really misinformed when they arrive. And I've been trying to work with the school district to change that. And I think just a 2-hour workshop would change everything. Because I really believe that if those teachers who come from the dominant context, if they could just know a bit more about who their students are and what are the different ideologies, what is their identities, I really think that they would create less damage in their students. Yeah. Maybe I'm hopeful, maybe 2 hours is not enough. But I did interviews with the teachers, and it takes them about 2 months to figure things out by themselves, to be like, okay, it's a French school, but it's different. Thank you very much.
Okay, so our last speaker for this session is Petar Lefterov. Okay, I got it right. So we remain in the educational context, and Petar is going to talk about Schoolscape for linguistic equity. The floor is yours.
So, thank you. Could you please help me? Condividi. Niente, ho visto. No. Oh well, let's see. Sì, è un PDF, scusi. So, no.
Ok. Fallo tutto grande da là. E poi penso che
Ok, va bene. So, sorry for the inconvenience, and thank you all for having me here. So my name is Petar Lefterov. I'm a PhD student at the University of Milano Bicocca. I'm currently at my final year, and I'm finishing my journey as a PhD student, which was on the topic of multilingual education and multilingualism in a school context as a tool for equity in school. So today we're gonna focus mainly on one sole aspect of my thesis, which was the schoolscape. So to start here, some of the topics that I'm going to introduce to you today. So I'm going to start with a brief introduction of how everything has started. I'm going to introduce you the state of the arts, the aims of the study, how the study was conducted, some results, and conclusions. So to begin with, the study stems from different reasons. First of all, it stems from my personal experience as a migrant pupil myself, one that has encountered many hardships in his educational path here in Italy. And so, given my personal background, when I started my PhD journey, I was just interested in finding a way of supporting maybe other future pupils who may or may not encounter similar difficulties as I did. Also, the study is grounded, obviously, in literature and in theoretical frameworks, because equity in education has been a really studied topic. We have a lot of fuzz about it in recent years with Agenda 2030, but it's actually Dewey in the early 50s, 1950s, has talked about democracy in education and how for a democratic education, schools, teachers, practitioners should work with pupils and start from their personal experience and what is the most personal thing that pupil or student may have rather than his or her culture and his or her linguistic background. And obviously, the research, the interest in this research stems from statistical data. As you can see, in recent years in Italy, we have been seeing an increase of immigration. Italy, historically speaking, is a country of migrants who emigrated outside, but now we're having immigrants coming in. We have an increase of 4.9%. This increase is higher in preschool and in primary. In preschool, as we can see, their increase is from 11.7 to 12.5, and in preschool in primary school, sorry, from 12.4 to 13.3%. This increase is obviously not only due to the increase, sorry, I'm repeating myself, of immigrants coming to the country, but also due to the decrease of Italians being born, Italian citizens being born in the country. So we're witnessing the emergence of new plurilingualism in our state, who, technically speaking, historically speaking, Italy has always been a multilingual country, and the idea of monolingual Italian, of the existence of one national language, was born with the birth and the unity of the Italy. But historically speaking, there were a lot of different communities. But this idea of monolingualism is actually damaging the society that we live in, since it may cause, if people are not recognized and not, like, their cultural background is not cherished, it may cause for younger people it may lead to petty crime. In educational context, it may lead to lack of achievement on educational knowledge, especially in regions where the immigration flow is the highest in the country. Like, for example, we have Lombardia, where the research was carried, which is the second highest number of, which has the second highest number of immigrant residents in all Italy. But none of the languages that are spoken in this region are recognized under the law 482, which is the national law that protects all minority languages in Italy. Even historical languages, national languages as Lombardo and Emiliano, which is spoken in the south of the region, are not recognized by this law. Funny enough, UNESCO recognizes Lombardo and Emiliano and says that we're supposed to cherish and protect those languages, but the state doesn't. In cities like Milano, this lack, which is the city with the highest percentage of immigrants in the entire Italy, this lack of representation and recognition is visible in public spaces, which, like the linguistic landscapes, which refers to visible written languages, is mainly in Italian. It's only in Italian language. And also this, if we put this idea of linguistic landscape into the school, which translates in the schoolscape, Italian schools, public Italian schools, follow mainly and only Italian monolingual ideologies. Even in districts with an extremely high percentage of students with an immigrant background, we have some, let's call them illegal schools, because according to the law in Italy, a school with more than 40% of pupils with an immigrant background should not be legal, should be closed. But some schools in Italy have, like, I went to work in a school with a 99% of pupils, all of them from an Egyptian background. Most of them weren't born even in Italy. They were first generation immigrants. Those schools technically should be illegal, but they ask permission for the ministry, and ministry always allows it. Even in those schools, everything is mainly in Italian. Communication with families is in Italian, even though families don't speak any Italian at all. And so the schoolscape actually is not respecting the cultural and linguistic habitat of the people attending those schools. However, Schoolascape studies offer several benefits because they provide insight into language ideologies and social contexts. By examining visual displays, researcher can uncover hidden curriculum and implicit pedagogies, which is the idea of Brunner, how we teach without knowing that we teach in that way. It may influence students' language acquisition and foster multilingualism and intercultural competences, which is actually one of the main focus of the European community, to have a multicultural, multilingual society. And it can help us learn different strategies to teach and work with children. However, schools often lack this awareness and stick to traditional approaches and fail to meet the 2030 agenda goal 4, which is equity in education. So, given this background, the study, my PhD, the study I'm presenting, aims at exploring concrete examples of schoolascape transformation and analyzing, understanding how these changes have changed practitioners' perspective on multilingualism and intercultural education. And furthermore, it would like to understand if there has been not a shift in the cultural and social climate. To do so, the study has adopted a pragmatical worldview, which means that, like we believe that there's no such thing as one sole reality, but reality is built together with the group of people working in the context, so there are multiple realities. The study has adopted a qualitative method, so given the participatory approach of the pragmatic worldview, practitioners at the beginning, the design was to implement a mixed method study, so to use both qualitative and quantitative tools to gather the data, but practitioners weren't really keen on using quantitative data, and so given the participatory nature of this research, we only tended to use qualitative methods. And finally, since my research is actually an educational research and educational science aims at transforming a context, the methodology that we've adopted is a professional development action research methodology, which is a methodology that is co-designed with practitioners that are involved in training sessions that are later implementing strategies in the classroom and gathering data. So the context where the research was carried was the San Silvo District 57. Milano actually has 88 districts, and out of these 88 districts, the San Silvo district places 4th among those districts with highest percentage of immigrants. However, whereas the first 3 districts are actually suburban areas and are in the outskirts of the city, the San Siro area is actually really close to the center, and it's really easy to reach the center of the city, and it's close to the bourgeoisie of Milan's highest paid areas to live in, which is really interesting to see that if you cross the road, you can actually pass from one society to another, like there's a complete shift between the context, because on one side, old people are Caucasian, high class, not even middle to high class, mainly Italian, or if they are foreigners from European countries, but mostly Nordic European countries, rich European countries, rather than poor ones. And if you cross the road, you go to a low-level working class people that have lower level of education, actually, and most of the community that lives in that district is migrant. One school of the district has been chosen, particularly the school is Don Gnocchi, which has 35.8% of students with a migrant background. So here's a table with the participants of the study. We have involved 12 teachers in the professional development action research. At the beginning, there were supposed to be 13, but one left midway, and so we had 12 for a total of 6 classes and 111 pupils, students. So here's the work phase of the research. Once we have established the research group, on the 29th of January, we did a pre-focus group with the practitioners in order to see their representation on multilingualism and cultural differences. On the 30th and the 31st of January, we did training sessions, 2 training sessions, about 5 hours each one, on interlanguage and multilingualism and multilingual didactics. And then from February till the end of May, practitioners had to implement at least once a week multilingual workshops in their classroom. They had to document the workshops through videos, photos, or audio recordings as they preferred. They had to keep a diary of what has been happening, what they have done, and during also this 4-month period of implementing the research, they had to attend 5 online workshops during which they shared their experiences among the group. Finally, there was a post-focus group with practitioners to understand what has been changing. So here are the results. We are doing a content analysis on everything that we have gathered. So regarding the training, there wasn't actually a training session on changing the schoolscape. The schoolscape information was just briefly, theoretically shared with them. However, all the schoolscape environment, so the visual representation of the classroom in each classroom changed from a mainly Italian to a multilingual one. However, in order to change the linguistic representation in the classrooms, practitioners had to be aware of the linguistic background of their pupils, and they weren't actually not. As you can see from these are some sentences from the pre-focus group with practitioners, and sentences as they speak Arabic, or she speaks Filipino suggest that for them, a child who's coming from Morocco or who's coming from Egyptian, at home he or she speaks Arabic language. But what variety? Does she speak Standard Arabic? Does he speak Egyptian Arabic? Does maybe if it's in Morocco, does he speak French or Berber language? We don't know. Also Filipino, as our previous presenter, she said that there are many different languages in the Filipino community. So what does she speak Filipino means to us? We don't know. So in order to learn what type of languages students spoke at home, and since we couldn't use quantitative tools and tests, we had to do informal talks with parents in order to gather the data. And also we use the linguistic silhouette tool, which is, you can see from the background, it's just a visual representation of the languages you speak, we decide, or you come into contact with in your household. We decided to give like a specific request, just draw on this figure all the languages that you speak at home, and pupils did it, and we gathered sadly only 88 linguistic silhouettes, not 111, because there were some pupils who weren't attending that day exactly. So here like the different languages of the different classes. Once we got this data, we managed to divide the households in 3 groups. We had monolingual households, which is the majority, and which was made from mainly Italians and Arabic speakers. Then we had bilinguals, who are all the East Europeans were bilingual, lived bilingual households because they spoke their national language and Italian, and then multilinguals, which were mostly the Southeast Asians. Then, once they managed to get all this information, teachers, practitioners started to change the classroom with posters, billboards, blackboards in different languages. We gathered the different ways that the billboards could be transformed. The majority were classroom routines, then some of the following by Italian as a second language, then some were used as documentation, others were used autonomously by pupils, students, like simply just by inventing, a lot of times inventing languages and writing languages, because I didn't say it, but I worked mainly with 7 years old, so there weren't really, didn't have the literacy competences in writing in their own languages. So sometimes we had examples of pupils just like inventing letters and saying, oh, this is Agila or something in Arabic. I'm not sure you're reading that way correctly, but who knows. And, or maybe we had also families coming with notes of how to write words and giving it to teachers. And only 2% were used as a subject, in a subject-specific way, as a support for teaching subjects. It was with the group of the 11 years old, because I had only one group with una classe quinta, and they were working during the Educazione Civica lessons. They were doing a topic on road safety and the road loads, and the teacher taught the subject like mainly in Italian as a main language, but she also taught everything with the support of the different languages of the students in her group by using depot and parent support. So what was the change that goes beyond the transformation of the context? From the post-focus group, we could see that there was an increase in motivation in pupils, like practitioners were saying that they were seeing a more motivated group. And also the practitioner who was working with the group with the 11 years old, she said that she noticed a better understanding and a deeper knowledge of the content. And practitioner talking about themselves and their experience said that they felt more equipped with strategies on working with multilingual learners. So in conclusion, I'm saying just everything again, and there's just one need, like for longer quantitative observations, so to support the qualitative data with quantitative tools in order to understand better the impact on the learners and on the learning environment. So here's some references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for this very interesting study. I think it's very nice that you kind of approach the learning through these languages, both from the teachers, from the educator's perspective and the student's perspective. I think that's a useful way forward. I would just like to share some thoughts on the home language teaching that we are offering in Finland. We have a serious problem with the multilingual diversity of the students and the teacher training programs that we offer, and we are now trying to kind of modify the languages that are accepted by the institution as languages that are officially taught in schools. Because, for example, one of the largest migrant languages is Arabic speakers, of course of different varieties, and you cannot become an Arabic teacher in Finland. It's impossible, so your salary depends on that, and yeah, and it is a really big problem in the Finnish context that we are now trying to solve in our university. Just wanted to share this, but thanks for this interesting thoughts.
Thank you. It's the same in Italy, like you can't become an Arabic teacher, and maybe that's not my point, but my point was just to acknowledge the differences and use some tools to support the learning, but yeah, we have.
Thank you very much. I want to ask to you, what happened with the microphone? Okay. Prova? Okay. So I want to ask to you about integration topic in your focus group. If the topic pop up in the discussion and what the teachers say about that. Because for me it's very important about the power and balance of power in the classroom and in our society that we know is not in this moment, but before too, a good place for stay all together now. Okay.
Thank you for the question. I have to think about it for a second, but so I'm still currently analyzing all the data, but I think that in the pre-focus group, practitioner talked about the issue of integration, but not for students themselves, but for families. Because we all know that when we have students, like children in schools, we do not only accept children, but we also accept families come together. And they were talking about the issue of, it wasn't actually an issue, they were really proud of themselves because they were like saying, well, our school is really helping with integration of families because we have chat groups between different groups and families, i rappresentanti. I don't know how to say it in English. The representatives of the families were like trying to involve more the immigrant ones. One teacher even pointed out an example of a parent saying to another parent, because alla fine della quinta, at the end of the 5th year, when they were just entering school, one parent was saying to the other one, sì vabbè ma adesso non ci lasciamo e se hai bisogno io ci sono, like an Italian parent saying to an immigrant one, because when we finish, now that we're finishing school, don't forget about us, if you need anything, I'm here. So they were actually really proud with what they're doing, and that before even the research.
If no one has a question, I have a little question. How was this activity received by the Italian monolingual kids, let's say?
Yeah, this is one point that actually came out, like they were really happy about it. So at the beginning, they were kind of, they said that they were really sad because they were like, oh well, but I cannot bring anything to the table because I come from a monolingual community family. But then some pupils started to find out their personal background. So one child came to me like, oh, yesterday I met with my granddad who's like from Calabria, so he spoke to me in Calabro, and so we like had learned some words and sentences, and so they were like discovering their cultural heritage. Also, interestingly enough, Italian parents were happy about the project, more even the migrant ones, because they were like, oh, I can see that my child is coming at home and he's talking completely always about what he did or she did during these workshops. I can see that he's more aware and more sto perdendo le parole, attento, more well, aware of the different languages around him, so that's like a really interesting point. Thank you.
And I think we can thank the speaker and go have a coffee.
So welcome back to our next session, and I'm going to present our next speaker, who's Claire Sayar, who's going to deliver a talk about social-linguistic correlates of language contact leading to the formation of two Sinitic varieties in the Gansu, Qinghai area, China. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So the project, the research I'm going to present is part of a project that was that finished just a while ago. And I want to start by setting the scene by talking about very briefly about what are Linxia and Wutun. They're comprised in the linguistic area, the geographic area that is called the Gansu-Qinghai linguistic area, because it has a number of languages that over the years or over the centuries have come to share multiple features, be they grammatical or phonetic, etc. So it has been described as a Sprachbund, and it is very diverse, but also very diverse in the origins of the languages, but also very, the languages have various points that resemble each other, or various features that have spread from one language to the other, and that are common to the languages of the region. Sorry, I was too fast on this slide. Oops. And Linxia and Wutun are two varieties of Chinese, or they are considered to be Sinitic languages, and they are considered to belong to the northwestern Mandarin dialect area of Gansu-Qinghai. And both have been in prolonged contact with varieties of Mongol and Tibetan, and also with varieties of Turkic, but to a lesser degree. However, they differ in terms of the kind of interference phenomena that we can see in the languages and the degree to which they have been influenced by those languages. Both languages have been qualified using different variety names like Creole or mixed language, and we're going to see why they have these different names. One of the important aspects of this research is that most of the time, most studies have been concerned with how Chinese has influenced dialects of Mongol or Tibetan in the region, but it's much less the case that people are interested in the way that Tibetan or Mongol has influenced Sinitic varieties. So this aims to bridge a gap in research in the region. And briefly, what I'm going to talk about is, first of all, we are going to ask whether the two varieties of contact language are essentially different from one another. Do we have any predictions from models of language contact that we may find to really have, to be true in those two cases? And the main part of the talk, in fact, is about the social-linguistic factors that may have influenced the way in which those two languages were formed and how they evolved. So Linxia is spoken in several places, but mainly in Linxia city. And it has two main population of speakers. One is considered to be ethnic Han, meaning Chinese, and the other one has the name of Hui, and Hui usually designates the Chinese Muslims, but it's not really an ethnic category, it's more a religious category, but people consider the Hui to be different ethnically from the Han. But both form the Linxia city population. And we also have a few speakers in Qinghai. Sorry, I don't know what I did. Sorry about that. I don't know how to unzoom. Maybe this? Yeah, sorry. Thank you. So we've got here a description of Linxia by Dwyer, who's been exploring the language or documenting the language for several decades. She says, with head final constructions and postpositions, the Linxia dialect, unlike Standard Chinese, is an SOV language. Morphosyntactic markers and certain lexemes often bear a striking phonological resemblance to those of neighboring languages, while the lexicon and aspect markers of the Linxia dialect are clearly Chinese. So that we see we've got features from both the Chinese side and the general Tibetan and Altaic languages of the region, especially the SOV order, which is a feature shared by all languages in the region, be they Sinitic or not. Wutun, on the other side, is spoken in the Qinghai, in the east of Qinghai, and several villages here, and it's inserted in the Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture that is located in Qinghai province, so that the speakers of Wutun are Buddhists, differently from the speakers of Linxia. And it is also described as a small Sinitic language, heavily influenced by Amdo-Tibetan, and also influenced by certain Mongolic languages of the region. And we've got a brief summary by Cabras of the language. Wutun shows a Northwestern Mandarin consonant inventory of phonological contrasts in aspiration, a system of complement verbs, Chinese basic grammatical morphemes, which are often used to express grammatical constructions copied from Tibetan, and Chinese basic vocabulary. Non-Chinese features, mainly borrowed from Tibetan, are found in the use of postpositional case markers and the system of evidentiality. One thing that Cabras doesn't say here is that Wutun has lost the tones. It has no tones, contrary to all Sinitic languages, whereas Linxia still has 2 tones. So why are they considered to be Sinitic languages? Well, basically the lexicon is Sinitic, so that's one of the main diagnostics. And then they may have retained other Sinitic features, like large parts of the phonology. Well, it's the case in Linxia. We'll see that in Wutun the phonology is more bodic, as they say. And they have also some grammatical markers and constructions that are identifiable as Sinitic. However, they have all the basic features that are shared among the languages of Amdo-Qinghai. So I won't read the citation here because you have it and you can read it. You'll be faster than me. And it's important to know that the contact phenomena that have been described for Linxia and Wutun belong to the morphology, the syntax, the lexicon, and the phonology. And here is a table summarizing these phenomena. I'm sorry, because I won't talk about the phenomena in detail because there are too many of them, and it's not the focus of my research. The focus is why it came to be like this. So we can see that Linxia has some borrowing, but not that much. That the phonological system is largely Sinitic, in fact, and that the the borrowed features occur in the morphology with case marking and a plural marker that is extended from its original functions in Standard Chinese. So it's men, but it has more functions than the original morpheme, under the influence of Mongol, maybe. And in the syntax, we have SOV order, and we have non-Sinitic features that are scattered in various subsystems of the grammar. As for Wutun, it looks much more impacted by the contact. So it has some lexical borrowing from Tibetan, but not in the basic vocabulary, more in the cultural vocabulary. It has been very much influenced in its phonology. As I said, it has lost the Sinitic tones, and also it is a very mixed system when you look at the consonants, for instance, because it has a lot of consonant clusters, which is not possible in Sinitic languages. And in the morphology and syntax, it's largely a mix of features from Sinitic and features from neighboring languages. So that it has become an agglutinative language, whereas Chinese is usually isolating. And it has extensive suffixing, both in the verbal and in nominal domains. And it's funny because some of the affixes are totally borrowed. They have the form and the function of the languages that they originated in. But other affixes are Sinitic affixes, but they have the properties, the functions of affixes of other languages. So that the morphology, especially the inflectional morphology, is considered to be mixed. As for syntax, Wutun has also SOV order. It has some borrowed constructions, and it has so-called mixed syntactic features because also it has, constructions both from Sinitic languages and from Tibetan and Mongolian. Okay, so I have to be faster. So based on these differences, some linguists have described Wutun as being a mixed language, whereas this hypothesis has not been made for Linxia. And Linxia is usually described either as a heavily influenced Sinitic variety or as a Creole, whatever that may mean. And so I wanted to look at the predictions that were made by various authors about the creation of either Creoles or mixed language in order to see whether these two definitions fit Linxia and Wutun. And it so happens that the definitions only partly fit the languages. One of the first questions was to know whether there was a split between lexical features and the grammatical features that could be attributable to contact, meaning that the lexicon would be more on one side and the grammar more on the other side. But as we saw with a slide on the contact phenomena in Wutun, for instance, we saw that in fact the mix was not happening only in one component of the language, but in all components of the language. So we cannot see a clear-cut split between, for instance, lexicon and grammar. And we can see that in Wutun also, both verbal and nominal inflection is borrowed from the other languages, so it doesn't really happen only in one system, but in all the systems of the language. Sorry. Oops. Okay. If we look to Moiskin's bilingual optimization strategies, we can see that it's not easy either to say, well, for instance, Linxia would be more of the L1 type and Wutun more of the L2 type, or is one of them of the L1, L2 type, because in fact the predictions that have been made by Moiskin for L1, L2 or L1, L2 types can be found in both languages at different degrees. So it's not very easy to say, well, based on the form that the contact phenomena, based on the forms that we can see, we can guess what kind of process took place to give rise to those varieties. I have to be faster, so I won't go into the detail here, sorry. So we have to look for other kinds of explanations to the differences that we can see between those two languages, because basically they're both Sinitic varieties that have been in contact with the same set of languages, but the outcomes are different. So what is it that makes the outcome different? I want to go briefly into the question of the origins of the two languages. First of all, Linxia is well established as a Sinitic language that was in contact, prolonged contact with other languages in the region. And historical sources show that, in fact, although the Han Chinese were present from the Han Dynasty, they were never dominant in the region, or at least for many centuries they were non-dominant. And the Han Chinese become dominant only after, sorry, too much text on this slide. After the Song dynasty, and that's why by and by other speakers of other languages shifted maybe to Han Chinese and then gave rise to this atypical Sinitic variety. And for scholars such as Dwyer, one of the main factors that permitted this language to remain as it is identifiable as a Sinitic language is the dominance of the Han Chinese that started a few centuries ago. And so that speakers of various Tibetan and Mongolic languages in the region shifted to this variety, and it's one of the reasons for the mixed syntax that we saw in Linxia. It was a little different for Wutun. Wutun emerged very early in the Ming Dynasty, and Wutun people usually consider themselves to be Tibetan, whereas they speak a variety that is considered to be Sinitic. And the reason for that is that the language was a contact language from the beginning. It started as a kind of lingua franca in a very mixed society where there was much intermarriage, in fact. So Wutun is considered by Sandman to be a mixed language, not only based on its features, grammatical features, but also based on the fact that it serves as an in-group language, and it has a developmental history that is really the result of community bilingualism. So I wanted to talk about the social linguistic factors that could explain the difference between the two languages. And of course, it's difficult to reconstruct the social linguistic situations that prevailed when the languages were formed. But we can look at first at historical records, and we can look at the situations as they are today in order to guess what they used to be. And for instance, we can look at bilingualism patterns that are different in Linxia and Wutun. So it's been shown by many scholars that there was indeed a link between bilingualism, the way it works and its degree, is it prevalent in a society, and the outcome in terms of language contact features. I won't go into the details right now. We'll see what happens in Wutun. So in Wutun, the whole population is bilingual. Usually people speak Wutun as their first language, and they all speak Amdo-Tibetan as their second language. As I said earlier, they're all Buddhists, and they use Tibetan for religion, but also for cultural life. And lately, there have been other languages that have entered the repertoires of the speakers in Wutun, and these are local or standard Mandarin. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to go faster. Whereas in Linxia, it's a different situation. Usually, the Sinitic speakers are monolingual in Linxia, and the speakers that are bilingual are the speakers of other languages that come into contact, interaction with the people in Linxia. And it has been the case in the past that bilingualism was very diverse, with Han people speaking non-Han languages, non-Sinitic languages, or non-Sinitic people speaking several non-Sinitic languages. But nowadays, it's really one direction. What about status? It also has a role in contact situations. And we can see that in Linxia, Because the Han are dominant in the region, the status of the language of the Linxia language is higher than the status of the other languages that are spoken in the region. So Linxia is more prestigious and it will be more resistant to change. Sorry, I really have to skip all this. But we can guess that when Linxia was formed, there had to be not only a upward accommodation, but also downward accommodation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the grammatical structures to be affected by contact. It's a different story in Wutun, where, as we saw, there was contact from it was a kind of lingua franca from the beginning, and the prestige was on the side of Tibetan rather than on the Sinitic variety, so that the Sinitic variety accommodated much more Amdo-Tibetan elements. Sorry, jump to the conclusion. So the main difference is that Linxia was formed by the fact that a large group of non-native speakers adopted the variety and so permitted structural Altaic elements to enter the language, whereas Wutun was formed as a Creole in the beginning and then accommodated many more Tibetan features because of the prestige relationships that were different between the languages. Okay, so I have to stop. I'm sorry, there was too much content. I'm finished.
Okay, time for questions.
Yes, Thomas.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask a little bit about the speakers of these languages. Which is the profile of the speakers? Are they elderly people, or there are also some younger people who can speak them? Which is the situation of there? Thank you.
Yeah, the languages are not considered to be endangered because there are many. They're not endangered at the present. There are all the young speakers are also speakers of those languages, but it may change in the near future because after COVID, the Chinese government forced many people to relocate to cities. And they mixed everyone up so that I have a young colleague that went to Linxia last year and told me that now there's nobody left in the villages and they all have been relocated to the cities and mixed together so that there is no linguistic community anymore. So it may be drastically changing in the coming years.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions?
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about Wutun specifically, because it's a case that I commented on some years ago in a volume that Eva Sipula co-edited based on work by Sandman. I don't have any first-hand access to data, but you were experimenting, I don't know if that's the right word, with the terms mixed language and Creoles and checking their applicability. And I think there's at least 3 different levels where those terms are applied. And one is completely impressionistically, I don't mean that you apply them, I mean when they're generally applied. One is quite impressionistically, so languages that seem not to be clear-cut, in a clear-cut way related to other languages are just called Creoles because they're a mess, basically. Or languages that have a component that's borrowed or that, let's say, agrees with another neighboring language and stands out, are often just called mixed languages. So that's at the impressionistic level. And some of the quotes from others that you brought, I think, may have strayed into that impressionistic level
Yes,
in
yes,
the source.
yes.
The other definition is or set of definition, or level of defining, is the structural one. So creoles, obviously it's controversial and contested, but creoles are defined as the simplification of morphology and abscess of tone, and so on. If you take McWhorter's criteria or Peter Bucker's criteria, for example. Mixed languages, I think you quoted me correctly, but cited me incorrectly. So you had a quote from me that brought somewhere that I said, and I still stand by that, you know, on the structural thing, on the structural level, mixed languages have predication grammar from one language, and it doesn't matter, but predication, finite verb grammar from one language, and then content lexicon from another. That's it, predication anchoring language. So finite verb inflection. Now, of course, if there's no finite verb inflection in the language altogether, then that criteria can't be applied. But I think you cited me as saying inflection versus grammar. I don't, other people say that, but that's not
lexicon
me.
Between
Lexicon grammar split, but that's not me. Other
Yeah.
people say that, but
Okay.
that's not me.
Okay.
But you quoted me correctly, of course. So that's the other attempt to kind of structurally define them. But then there's the kind of approach that I was trying to present yesterday, and that is the more kind of functionality driven. So creoles are makeshift languages that emerge initially for cross-language communication where there's asymmetrical repertoires as we know them, and mixed languages are performative, so this kind of subversion of routine. So we deliberately mix in a way that is unconventional to make a point. So I was wondering on that latter, because at the end I wasn't quite sure whether you were friendly with the idea of Mouton emerging as a Creole because it was used, or whether it was mixed language in the performative sense. It seems to me that neither is the case. And again, only superficially based on secondary reading, that neither is the case, and what simply happens is that it's in a very, very, let's say, dense linguistic ecology, and there's multilingualism, and there is strictly borrowing, simply. It's not a big deal, actually. It just stands out because there's so many different sources of the borrowing across so many different categories. So it might be a case of heavy borrowing or something if we're necessarily looking for a category for it. But it wouldn't apply to Creole or mixed languages on either of those three levels.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes, I understand because in fact the definition that you gave for mixed language yesterday was in fact this definition that you just reminded us about. It's about in fact a process of communicating using different languages. The difficulty here is that maybe that happened in the beginning because there was no asymmetry of prestige or power between the languages in the beginning, like Tibetan and maybe many Chinese different Sinitic varieties, because some sources say that presumably the speakers of Sinitic languages that entered the region in the Ming Dynasty were not speakers of one variety, but several different varieties from the south of China. So that there was no asymmetry of power because there were too many languages and they had to find a way to communicate, and there was intermarriage, so that the language maybe was born as a mixed language in the sense that you just reminded us a while ago. But then it's kind of fossilized, so it's become something that is quite fixed, in fact. And it's not that the speakers choose into different varieties to speak in a mixed language nowadays. Now they have this fixed language that is considered their language. And so people have been trying to give the variety a kind of name, a technical name. But as you say, neither Creole nor mixed language seems to really fit this case. But maybe we have to invent a new name, or not to give a name at all. Thank you.
other questions? If I may, I have a curiosity. It's something you touched upon. What is the social linguistic role of religion in identity making and the use of one variety?
For Utun, it is very clear that the Buddhist religion has two consequences. One is that everyone is bilingual in Utun and Tibetan. I'm the Tibetan, and the other one is about the prestige, that Tibetan is considered more prestigious, to the point that the Utun language doesn't have any real name. It's called Ngangehua, meaning our language. So it's not recognized as a language by the speakers. So that would ring a bell with this morning's presentations on representations by speakers themselves. Whereas for the Linxia speakers, it's a little different. So part of them are Muslims, and for them, the real prestigious language would be Arabic, but it's very seldom used. Not many people know how to speak it. They use it only for cultural activities. And so for the non-Muslim part of the population, it's just their language, which is Chinese, and they think it's the prestigious language.
Okay, so thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you again. Okay, so our next presenters are Yedi Yu and Tommaso Pellin, and they are presenting a talk on monolingualism versus multilingual identity, exploring the relationship between language policy and linguistic identities construction in Chinese heritage language schools in Italy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Today we're going to present the preliminary results of our research, which comes from this PNRR project, which is concentrating on the heritage language schools for Chinese children in Italy. This project includes Bologna University, Bergamo University, Firenze University, and Siena Foreigners University. And it's called Education of Children of Chinese Origin in Italy. Why do we concentrate on heritage language schools? Well, we all know that a heritage language is a linguistic and social linguistic category that has been studied quite extensively in the last years, in particular in the areas of the UK and USA, even for the Chinese, the Chinese speaking people in those countries. And some studies has also concentrated on the schools for heritage language. So the schools were this heritage language, which means obviously the language spoken by the elderly, the parents or the grandparents of the children of the second generation in places where these languages are not mainstream. Certainly the schools of heritage language are very, very interesting for the socialization and linguistic socialization area, because they are the place in which a novice is socialized into her or his heritage community and is attributed a well-shaped identity. And according to other studies, this complementary classroom, the heritage language schools, is a space where new configuration of language knowledge, cultural values, and identities are generated. Our hypothesis is that these areas, these places, the heritage language schools, are interesting also for a linguistic point of view, for the point of view of language contact, because they might be a place where multilingualism is possible, or sometimes it even supported. And so phenomena of language contact, different cases of language contact may be spotted and then studied. That's why we decided to come here to discuss the results of our research. So we conducted for our study some interviews with the principals and the teachers of these Chinese heritage language schools, and we also conducted some observations in classrooms, recording the interactions and then transcribing them. At present, we recorded a total of 17 hours and 30 minutes in a number of schools, and we conducted 13 interviews with Chinese principals and 14 with the teachers. Our research on the whole got contact with a number of Chinese schools, in particular in the north part of Italy, so Bergamo, Brescia, Verona, then down to Bologna and the area of Firenze, but also some connection in Rome and in Naples. In particular, the schools about which we are going to talk about today are 3 schools. The third one is Chiossuo, the gray one, which is a school in Verona. Then we have Yanhuang, which is a school in Sesto Fiorentino, near Firenze, and then Boyue in Bologna. Just a couple of words about these 3 schools in order to understand the main difference between them. We might say that Chiossuo is probably the largest of the 3 schools. It's a middle-sized Chinese school. And we might think that the teaching methods used over there are a little more conservative, a little less modern, and probably even the teachers do not have a particular training as in particular about new methods of teaching. That's to say that the observation that we conducted in these schools present lessons in which Chinese was quite entirely used. So there were less elements of multilingualism. The whole class was where in the class there were some very direct teaching of Chinese, even though during break time we could spot the usage of other Italian or even local dialect, Verona dialect in these schools. On the other hand, Yanhuang and Boyue are smaller schools, and over there we observed different lessons with different and more interactive lessons with the children, and in these cases there were more instances of multilingualism, so that now the most of the instances of examples that we are going to share will be about Yanhuang and Boyue. So our question is, which are the overt language plans in these schools? Which are the declared language plans that are purchased in the schools? And do these plans support the development of multilingual identities in the children? And then, are these language plans in fact implemented in the classrooms, or which are the actual policies adopted in the classes? So, are these monolingual language plans strictly implemented, or there is some room for multilingual policies? So the language ideology of the principals and the teachers in these schools, and this is certainly true not only for these 3 schools, but for all the schools that we observed and with which we had contact, is certainly a monolingual identity, monolingual language ideology. So they all say, they all declare that their goal is to teach Chinese, and in particular, they they root their language plan into a identity plan. So they say that they have to teach in Chinese because we are Chinese. This element of we being Chinese, this label, this with those over mention of this identity is clearly spotted in whatever interviews, and it is a sort of identity plan superimposed on the children. Even the names of the schools are rooted into Chinese culture, Chinese literature. The teachers, sometimes they show not such a strict position on the language, but certainly they have an evaluative orientation. They require, they insist, they support the usage of Chinese at schools, even though certainly they can leave some room, as we will see afterwards, to the usage of other schools. But certainly Chinese is a good thing, so there's a evaluation about that. And then there is also some cases in which there's a sort of positioning in comparison to something that they are not. So for instance, they say that even though they might not exactly know what they are, but certainly they say that they are the foreigners in Italy, so they consider Italians to be something else, and then they create this group of themselves. So in this case they are the Laowai, the foreigners. So certainly there is a strict monolingualism identity, a monolingualism language ideology in this school. So the question is, how do teachers and students implement these plans in the classroom? Is there some room for multilingual practices? Okay.
So now we are going to explore how the teachers and the students use, whether teachers and the students use different languages during classroom interactions, whether they use other languages, not Chinese. If so, how and in what context? So we can see the first recording is made in a classroom of Boyue. And in this case, the teacher was helping a child doing a grammar exercise. And she explained to the child that you should use the triangle to mark the verb, and you should use the rectangle to mark the adjective. And we can see when she referred to these grammatical categories, she used the English word verbs and adjectives to explain those corresponding categories in Chinese 动词 形容词. These obviously reveal the linguistic identity of this specific child. And a few minutes later, the teacher asked the whole class, how many adjectives have you found in this paragraph? Someone responded, however, the teacher didn't hear clearly, so she said, who just spoke? And we found that this boy wanted to know the time. However, he did it without a clear question intonation. So the teacher switched the language from Chinese Mandarin to into Italian and said "Voi chiedere," just in order to confirm there was a question. So we can see the teacher switched the language, used different language according to the necessities of the children. And in another case, in another class, the teacher, when she found a drop attention among the students during the lesson, she tried to regain their focus by saying, for the third period, I thought of a really exciting game. If you perform well in this class, I think we can do the game. But what game are we going to play in the third period? I'll tell everyone after the second period ends. Obviously, all the students, all the children were eager to find out, and they switched to Italian and said, "Dai, ditecelo." And in another school, this teacher was explaining an ancient Chinese unit of weight, 一担, and in order to explain it, she did a comparison to the current unit, and she said, "What unit do we use now when talking about water? How much is in a bottle of water?" And the child said, 1 kilo. Obviously, it was a wrong answer, but the teacher, instead of correcting directly the child, she continued using Chinese to explain. And she said, "That's called the milliliters, right? When we talk about how heavy something is, we say 1 kilo." And she even used the English, the kilo, to try to explain herself. And then she said, and she was kind of confused by herself, and she said, 一斤, which means half kilo in Chinese. And besides Italian, Chinese, Mandarin, sometimes children would also use English to reply to the teacher. For example, in this case, after explaining the whole text, the teacher asked the whole class, "Do you think this kind of rat exists in this world?" Half of class said yes, half of the class said no, and someone even said yes, sir. And another interesting observation that we find is that sometimes these children are engaged in doing some creative translanguaging practices. For example, in this case, when discussing the word 骨气, which means integrity, a child associated this Chinese word with the Italian word Gucci, saying Gucci, this is Gucci, because Gucci is phonetically similar to 骨气 in Chinese. And now I'd like to share with you another interesting, rather amazing episode with these children. In a class, when the teacher was asking the children to do a role play, to use some former Chinese expressions, to borrow a book from their classmates, using the expression like please, 请 in Chinese. And now we have the first group. Before starting, this child, out of blue, asked the teacher, "Can I not be Chinese?" And the teacher said, "Sure, then which country are you from?" And he said, "I'm from India," yelling. And so the teacher said, "Well, okay, you do the India person." And then he didn't continue speaking English, but said Chinese with an Indian accent. And the second group, we have this, my favorite boy, and he said, "I want to be an alien, I want to." So the teacher asked, "What language will you use?" And he said, blah, 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 alien language. And then he explained himself. "I'll speak a little Chinese and a little of alien language, okay." The teacher said, "Okay, but you should translate for yourself." So he said, blah, 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 blah. And his partner of this role play also chose another non-Chinese linguistic identity by using a foreigner's accent. And so the alien children said, blah, blah, no, blah, blah, no, blah, blah, there's no technology here, so there's technology here, so I can't show you. And he actually created a language that I cannot imitate him. And the third group, we have a girl that used this supnida, this former Korean verb ending, which is typically used in declarative phrases in polite and formal context. So the teacher was surprised, oh, Korean. And the alien boy has also made a comment, said, Korean, it's you, you are Korean. And the partner of this role play of this Korean girl chose an Italian language identity, and she said, il libro mi serve che a domani per preparare l'esame. Again, another boy did the comment Italian. And the last episode that I like to share with you is the children's language use during break time. We can say in the transcription that they mainly use Chinese and Italian. In another class, we have found that they also do some code mixing. For example, someone would say, io sono 皇上, 意大利语, I'm the emperor. And he was asking his friend to tell him how to say emperor in Italian. And another boy was explaining to his classmate what other girls are doing and continuing correcting himself in Italian.
So as a conclusion, we think that these schools, these heritage language schools, even though they declare, the principal declare strictly monolingual language plans, they might be spaces where multilingual language policies are implemented. And in particular, this multilingualism is respectful of the different and multifold language identity of the children. So we think that they might be even some interesting places where to conduct some sort of studies about language contact, the language contact between the several language identity of these children. Certainly what is necessary to do is to consider the different teaching methods of the particular schools coming from their more general policy situation and stances, as well as the training of the teachers that might be different in several schools, and even sometimes the age of the teachers, because sometimes it also happens that younger teacher might implement some different kinds of teaching methods more respectful of the multilingual identity of the students, while other kinds of teacher might implement some more conservative ways of teaching Chinese. So we are very welcome of your ideas and comments. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for the amazing presentation. I was not expecting English in the daily routine. I was certainly expecting Chinese and a little bit of Italian, but not English at all. And I would like to understand, I have two small questions. So first of all, how much is the percentage? So is more English or more Italian when they speak? And then the other is like, is it possible that maybe the teacher doesn't speak Italian, so they use English as a bridge language?
For the first question, obviously, is they would use Italian more than English. And I think using English is something, is like a fashion among the children, because we also went to the Italian schools, and also we found they use English also in Italian schools. Yeah, and for the second question, all the teachers speak Italian, even though their level is different, but they all speak Italian. And we also did the interview with them and asked them why you use the English in that case, and she said that this is a particular child because he had an Italian father, and the mother's we didn't know her nationality, but at home they speak English. So yeah, so his home language is English, even though he lives in Italy. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering regarding we are Chinese ideology and the teacher training that you were saying, are all teachers, practitioners working in those schools trained in China, or are they trained somewhere else, like in Italy? Have you noticed a shift between ideologies between those who are maybe trained in China and those who are trained in Italy or anywhere else?
Well, really it depends on the kind of schools. There are larger schools, bigger schools, where they have the possibility to enroll teachers. Sometimes they are not at the beginning trained as a teacher, in particular as a teacher as Chinese as a heritage language. But then they have the possibility to go to China to attend particular courses, because China is putting a lot of effort into the diffusion of Chinese as a heritage language between the overseas Chinese. So they also have courses and proficiency tests. So in larger schools, the teachers in a large part have attended this kind of courses. In other schools, the teachers sometimes are just Chinese students who haven't attended particular course. Nonetheless, I think that the general ideology is to teach Chinese because we are Chinese. So regardless of the training of the teachers, certainly this is what is declared. And this is declared not only by the principals and the teachers, but even by the parents. They are the main reason why they send their children to these schools is because we are Chinese, and so they have to learn Chinese. Certainly this is what is declared. But apart from the declared ideology, then in some cases we can find instances of multilingualism. Why, for instance, in these schools in Verona, for the same level of class, the lessons was really entirely in Chinese, except for the break time where some people continue to use Chinese, while other people switched to Italian or even to dialect. But it was very rare case. Thank you.
I wanted to connect to the question about the status or the position of English. You started your presentation by referring to work on heritage language schools in the US and the UK, and there is a very big body of work, and by and large, they all flag this idea of translanguaging and post-national identities and agency and repertoires and so on. That's kind of ideologies that are different from the origin country language ideologies because they compromise and use the repertoire as a whole. And I was thinking already at the beginning, okay, so if you're relating to those studies, what's new? How do you expect the situation in Italy to be different and to offer new insights? And I'm wondering whether the fact that there's a more complex repertoire here and perhaps also in other countries might be at least one of the answers to that. So because in addition to, you don't just replicate here the situation that you might find in the UK with the majority language and Chinese in this case, but you also have English here, so it adds another dimension. So do you see that, the presence of English, as something to look into in more detail, because that might allow you in the situation in Italy to have insights that we cannot get. I say we because I contributed a little bit to that as well, but that one cannot get working just in the schools where English is the majority language anyway.
Thank you for the question. Well, from what I get by reading the literature about UK and US, I think that in those countries it is very common to find schools which are entirely bilingual, so where English is used and also another minority language such as Spanish or Chinese or Arabic and so on. But in fact they are, let's say, recognized schools. The majority of these Chinese schools that we have in Italy are not in fact regular schools, are just weekend schools or evening schools, so they are not full-fledged schools where so this means that this great difference between what is present in US and in UK. Certainly, there are also these.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? I'm not aware in the UK of a single school that's a state school that is run in Chinese and English. I think all, at least from the literature and from my own observations, all the schools that teach Chinese as heritage language are weekend schools operated by communities. They're not state schools.
Well, from what I read, there are some schools where Chinese, for instance, Chinese or Spanish is taught, is used. Obviously, not on a 50% base, but certainly they are used. While these schools that we were considered, for instance, in France, they have a large number of public schools where Chinese is taught. So I think that the difference between public schools, entirely, let's say, common schools, where where Chinese language is taught in this environment, and it can be learned by all the children, while in Italy, we don't have this kind of situation. We only have evening schools or weekend schools, except for very few.
My question is about the comparison between heritage schools, such as the one that heritage language schools. Okay. In England, they're called supplementary or complementary schools. That's the comparison. Forget that Chinese is also taught sometimes as a subject. That's a different thing. But if you're comparing, as you did at the beginning of your presentation, heritage language schools, supplementary schools, complementary schools, whatever you want to call them, in Italy and in the UK, do you find that a major difference is the fact that the repertoire that's embraced here in Italy also includes English? So you've got two languages at least in addition to Chinese, whereas in the UK, English is the majority language anyway, so that idea of being cool and speaking English in addition to doesn't apply. So you've got a sort of a richer environment, and so the potential to have different insights than the parallel study of heritage schools, heritage language schools in the UK, for example. That was my question.
I see. Yes, certainly there are some schools where there is present more than two languages, so not only Chinese and Italian, but even English. Still, English is a sort of international language, prestige language, but it's in fact used only by a number of children, not all the children. So obviously it's not the mainstream language, so it's not the L1 or the mainstream language. So certainly it's a main difference from what happens in UK and US. But still, this is true just for a number of schools, a number of Chinese heritage schools, which are, as I said, a little more, I would say, open-minded. They are open to more inclusive ways of teaching and using, while other schools which are very strict on Chinese, they only use Chinese and they just use a little bit of Italian as a support language, but they do not accept other kind of. So I think that the situation of these schools is quite complex. There are really several kinds of schools, of this kind of schools in Italy, and all the more after the COVID, because after the COVID we have now a high number of online schools, which although they are based in Italy, but still they have children from all over Europe. So the children attending these schools might have different linguistic backgrounds. So might be children of Chinese heritage background, but who lives in, for instance, in Sweden or in Spanish. And sometimes it's happened that this kind of mainstream language background might come out. So these are certainly a more complex situation in which English might be one of the element. Certainly, it's a place where, let's say, this kind of super diversity is highly triggered. So that's quite interesting, in my opinion.
Okay, so I think we have run out of time, so we have to thank our speakers. Okay, so our next presenter is Letizia Vallini. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Okay, so Letizia Vallini, who is presenting joint work with Yang Mi. And the title of the presentation is Constructing and Deconstructing Linguistic Identity, the case of Britannica International School in Shanghai. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first of all, we would like to thank the committee for creating and organizing such an amazing event. And we would also like to publicly thank the Britannica International School in Shanghai and especially Cecilia Lambruschi for their great help. So as indicated in the title of our presentation, we will focus on the relationship between identity and language, which takes various forms of expression, such as the combination of several specific aspects, including self-image, self-awareness, self-assessment, and self-esteem. So today, the concept of linguistic identity is increasingly common in the literature on immigrant studies and migration studies, as linguistic feature, or rather every choice of linguistic code can be considered an act of identity through which an individual express consciously or unconsciously, of course, their sense of belonging. And about this topic, I would like to stress the importance of the studies by Palumbo and Ciliberti. So a little spoiler alert of what you will see in our presentation. So we will start with an introduction with some data, and then literary overview, and then we will dive in our studies, and we will close with some brief remarks. So let's dig into the data. First of all, it's very important to say that according to data collected by IRES, so Registry of Italians Residing Abroad, Italians in China ranks 42nd among worldwide destination for Italian migration, so it's pretty low. But if we check the Annuario Statistico MAECI, so the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs International Cooperation, we will find out that actually China holds first place for Italian migration in Asia. So it's a very important. We have to stress that these data don't include the numbers of Italian citizens work and studying temporarily in China. So we think it's really important to study how language maintenance, especially in Italian, take place and how Italian in China construct their identities. So regarding the studies on Italian migration abroad, so Italians worldwide, we don't really have time to dive in because there's a lot of works about this, but we will want to briefly mention some research center, for example, Centro Studi e Migrazione Roma, Fondazione Migrantes. Fondazione Migrantes is really important for us because they every year publish the RIM, Rapporto Italiani nel Mondo, and Altre Italian and other research centers. Also, we would like to stress the importance on some studies about Italian in China by Di Vincenzo et al., Moffa, and Piastra. As for the study specifically addressing the social-linguistic aspect of immigration, we will point to the volume Storia linguistica dell'immigrazione italiana nel mondo, edited by Massimo Vedovelli, among, of course, many others. And we think that right now there's a wealth of reflection on identity formation process in the world, and especially there are many studies on the social-linguistic repertoire of children of immigrants, either both in Italy and abroad. However, we found out that the case of children of Italian origins in China has not really been studied, except for a study we published in 2023. So in light of what I just said, I think that our study sits at the intersection of linguistics and social anthropological studies, intending to explore the identity of the student expressed through the communicative practice and self-representation. So we will study today the students enrolled at Britannica International School in Shanghai. That is quite a unique scenario in China. So a couple of words about the school. The Britannica School caters students from ages from 18 months to 18 years, and they deliver the English national course. Why is this school so important for us? It's very important because the Britannica School is currently the only international school offering Italian curricular course for children of Italian descent in China. So the only one right now. So today we have 3 research objectives. We have a lot of things to tell you. So first of all, we wanted to explore through a questionnaire addressed to the families of the students the motivation behind the continued maintenance of Italian language. We wanted to understand learners' perception of the linguistic identity through the analysis of autobiographical language portraits. So when we talk about language portrait, we talk about a method that was developed in Germany at the beginning of the 90s and was later used by many scholars. The first person to use it in Italy was Graciela Favaro in 2013. And the third one is we wanted to examine through non-participant observation and audio recording with language variety or varieties the younger generation use in a far formal educational setting. So we will start with the first one. Our sample is so a sample of 11 families take part in our questionnaire. We anonymously administered a questionnaire in 2024 to the family of the students enrolled in Britannica's Italian course this school year. And as the questionnaire was made in China, we used it with WeChat. We use WeChat, a special program that is a social media used in China, and it circulated among the parents in September 2024. So 11 families took part for a total of 17 of the 19 children who are currently enrolled in the Italian course. One parent answered to the questionnaire, even in families who had 2 Italian parents. So 8 of our 11 families come from northern regions in Italy, and they have been living in China for more than 8 years, and this is a very long stay for Italians, so we talk about a long-term migration. So these data align with the third cycle of outward migration and also with the social demographic profile we outlined in our study in 2023. So these Italians came in Shanghai to work, and this is also an element that supports the most recent study in Italian immigration that feature highly skilled Italian, the so-called highly skilled migration. So a couple of words about our students. More than half, so 55% of the children were born in Italy. And except for one student with Chinese citizenship, they are all Italian citizens. And many of them began studying Italian at the Britannica. Even if we have a couple of students who were previously enrolled in the charter schools, so Scuola Paritaria, and also 4 of them studied in Italy at kindergarten or primary schools, and for also longer period, we can say. So we will now draw, we will now draw a linguistic profile of this Britannica's micro-community. All 11 families claim to speak Italian at home. 8 of them also add English, and 5 of them also point out that they speak Chinese. It's interesting to say that one person actually answered an Italian dialect, but they didn't specify which one, so we actually don't know. Please, when I say Chinese, it's of course Mandarin Chinese. So we asked them the reasons behind the continued maintenance of Italian, and there are both cultural and instrumental motivations. So for example, the need to pass on the culture of origin to the children, and future study and work opportunities, so they think with Italian they will be more competitive, and a recent move to China from Italy. So this led the parents enroll the student at the Britannica for the Italian course, because this way they could avoid to go searching for another class online or in another part of China. And the parents think this is really important because this helps the students with their oral language, Italian grammar, writing, and also culture. Nevertheless, we asked them a question. We asked them, how important is Britannica in the development of identity in China and Italian identity? And this answer only had 72% as an average score. And we could find among the answer two main orientation, a positive one and a negative one, though we have to say that the positive one is actually predominant. So I will just read a couple of examples. For the positive one is my daughter finds herself with other students with a similar stories. She finds herself and identifies with them. For the negative one, we can say, in all Britannica with 2-3 hours a week, it's a piece of a puzzle which helps, but alone cannot do much. So to complement the work that the teacher is doing at Britannica, actually the parent continues to teach Italian also outside at home. And we asked them, what do they do? What strategy do they employ? And they said that they often spend vacation in Italy, they often read books or comics in Italian, they watch movies, videos, and cartoons in Italian. Nonetheless, we found out that also some students have experienced some difficulties in the study of Italian, especially in grammar, so verb conjugation and articles, phonetics, for example, ñ, k, double consonants, and also what the parents refer to as vocabulary poverty. So it's really interesting because actually students of Chinese origins in Italy have a complete opposite problem. So as for Britannica rules, after the 9th grade, so Italian terza media, Italian classes are no longer compulsory. So we asked if the parents want the children to continue study Italian, and 73% said yes. They said, we think it's important for him to continue to maintain and possibly improve his Italian. But 23% of the parents said no. They said, my children will be really busy preparing for other exams. They don't have time. And they also wrote, I think the level of Italian achieved is sufficient for his future life. So we think these data are, of course, really, really interesting, but they don't really represent the perception of the students who find themselves living in a third culture. And of course, we use third culture kids as Pollock's definition. And therefore, we decided to interview the children, and we wanted to understand the linguistic perception of their own identity. So we start by analyzing short, semi-structured interview, generally in form of oral presentation with some questions, followed by our question, of course. And we found out that we were working with such younger children that it was actually really difficult to talk about identity. It was really abstract for them. So we decided to switch, in collaboration with Cecilia Lambruschi, to the language portraits. So we collected 19 language portraits of the students to show you a different variety inside this micro-community. So the students we interviewed, we can say, are from year 1 to year 9, and they are from 5 years old to 14 years old. So they are spanning in age. And they have a quite interesting linguistic situation, because the students acquired in early childhood a language other than Italian or the language spoken at home. They communicate at home in a language different than the schooling ones, often Italian or Chinese, and they speak to a parent in one language and to another parent in another language, and as already noted by Favaro. However, when Favaro speaks, she writes about bilingualism, and I think that in our sample we can already move toward multilingualism. So today I want to show you very quickly, six drawings of 6 children. The first 3 are in the school system, like elementary school, the Italian elementary school, and the other 3 are in scuole medie e scuole superiori. They are enrolled in secondary schools. And we will directly show you what they wrote. So they did this drawing, and then they told the teacher what they thought about it. And after a couple of days, we also interviewed them about their drawings. So for example, Luca, who is 5 years old, Italian father, Chinese mother, he speaks Italian with his father, English with the whole family, and Chinese with mother and older sister. He said, when I think of Chinese, I think of my motorhome, because I like their motorhome and it's very comfortable. When I think of Italian, I think of a rainbow, because Italian is beautiful and it has all the colors I like. When I think of English, I think of the thunderstorm, because English has the sound of the thunderstorm and it makes you fly high. Tina, 7 years old, born in Italy to Chinese parents. In the family, they speak Italian, English, and Chinese. She says, English is near my mouth because it's the language I speak every day, also my favorite language. Italian is in my belly because I was born in Italy. Chinese is in my hand because I need it every day to buy things I need in China. Spanish is in my ear because I listen to it in school. So Veronica, Italian father and Russian mother, the family speaks Italian, English, and Russian. English is on my mouth because it's the language I use the most. Italian is on my ear because I listen to it, a lot of Italian. Chinese is in my eyes because I see a lot of Chinese around me. Russian is in a cloud because when I was little, I was in Ukraine. But now to speak Russian, I have to think and remember. So it's really difficult for her. And the older, Folco, he has Italian parents, but at home they used to speak English, especially with his mother. Also, we think Folco, it's really funny because he says he speaks broccolino, and he defines broccolino as mostly English, 30% Italian, and sprinkles of Chinese. So he wrote, in the drawing, there are 3 languages, but there's no broccolino, he says. Chinese is black. It means boredom because it's very boring. And red, anger, because I'm bored, so I get angry. English is green, happiness. Italian is orange, interest, because I can speak it, but there I think I don't know. Vittoria, 13 years old, Italian parents, the family, including an older brother, speaks Italian. These are the most important languages in my heart. English is slightly bigger because I speak it more, while the languages I learned when I got older are on 2 flags on the sides. And the last one is Vivian. Vivian has an Italian father and a Chinese mother. She lives far away from her father. The only person, she speaks Italian too. She went to a Chinese school until 3 years ago, and we can say she's a native Chinese speaker. She says, I'm half Chinese and half Italian. You can see the flag on her body. And I go to an English school where I'm also studying Spanish. Now I'm on the path of English, but maybe life will take me on other paths. So we thought this is very interesting because all the children, also the ones we could not show you today, they put on their body Italian, Chinese, English, and sometimes Spanish because they all studied at school. And sometimes they also put some other languages because it's the language of the mother or the father. And so we wanted to understand if these languages, especially Chinese, Italian, and English, were present in the classroom with them. So we went there and we analyzed the language variety used in their formal education contest, and the data were collected in June 2024 and January 2025. And what we noticed is that the lessons are completely in Italian. In most groups, English is spoken among the children, but not with the teacher. However, we found 2 groups where the English, there's a higher than usual English use. sorry for this sentence. And therefore, we decided to analyze the function. So we found out that in class, English plays the role of a bridge language, and it's often used in 4 cases. I'm sorry, we don't have time to see all in detail, but if you have questions, we can come back to this. So first of all, it's teacher comprehension check. So do you understand? Can you understand what I'm saying? A metalinguistic function, so a comment on the language itself, to tell something really complex when they could not find the words in Italian. But also they use random words related to school and everyday life that they usually use it in English, like for example, reception, ear, page, and so on. On the contrary, it's really interesting the fact that we found no Chinese, virtually no Chinese, like we only found 2 words in one girl's speech, and it's actually not Chinese word, it's Chinese word, of course, it's a filler word. She used aya and maya, that actually means, oh no, when she makes a mistake or she's really happy. So it's not really, it's just a filler word. So before concluding, I would like to say that in this study, we have employed the concept of language portrait. However, it's of course not possible to accurately convey the data because there's a multiple emotional aspects that come to play, so it's difficult to analyze. And this is for sure one of the limitations of our study. To conclude, we would like to say that the perception of linguistic identity is strongly connected with family events and memories, but also the environmental surroundings can influence the perception of the students. We found that the students are living what we call a liquid experience, and we found no identity alienation for them. So they had no alienation in developing their sense of belonging or linguistic identity. The family's effort to maintain Italian appears to be oriented toward a natural acquisition, and code switching in the classroom, even if it's not really common, signals an attempt to align themselves with the dominant educational society and represent a resource for constructing the multilingual, not bilingual, identity on multiple levels. So just as a final remark, I would like to say that unfortunately in China, Italian language is not taught in the national school curriculum, nor is included in the network of the Italian school system abroad. So teaching Italian require the efforts of individual institutions or local immigrant communities, and such, for example, the Britannica, I just spoke of, but also the Saturday schools that are really developed in China. So thank you very much, that's all.
Questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like you to comment a little bit more about the background of these families. I mean, it seems that, as probably I saw on the tables, the most of them are just arrived in China, or they have been there for quite a long time. So I would like to know how about their immigration project, and also I would like to know something about why did they choose to enforce the teaching of Italians? Why did they decide to invest on Italian, even though they are, if I saw clearly, the most of them are bilingual, bicultural families. So why did they choose Italian, not for instance Russian or just Chinese? So something like that.
So I think they actually in the school it's a pretty unique school. As I said, it's the only one in China. Sorry, that teaches. They do not only teach Italian. They have several. Programs. They call it. I'm sorry. I have it's called World Language Program. They teach native language lessons. Well, this is what they define it. So they have Mandarin, Korean, French, Italian, Spanish, Japanese, and Hebrew. So at school, they will learn English because it's an English school. And then they will also learn Chinese. Chinese is compulsory for everybody, so they learn Chinese. And also, if you are the son or the daughter of in Italian immigrant or a Korean, French, Spanish, Japanese, Hebrew, you can choose to have classes, the native language lessons. So I think that the background are really different. There are families who have both Italian parents. There are families who have, for example, one Italian parent and one Chinese parent, or one Italian parent and other. So it's a very unique situation. It's not that they have the same background. So we would have to talk about each student in a separate way, but I think that why they are there, they're in China, especially in Shanghai, for work reasons. So we found out in our previous studies that actually it's not just one person that moves, but the entire family move. So usually the mother or the father, or both of them, of course, will find a job in China, and they will move for different times. So there are some people who decide to stay for a long time, like 10 years. There are people who just intend to stay 1 year and then go back to Italy. And for this reason, the Italian classes are really useful for them, especially if they want to go back to Italy after, because in this way, they don't completely lose Italian. But of course, as also the parents said, it's just 2 or 3 hours a week. It's of course not enough, even if the teacher does amazingly things, and so it's different. We should check each family background, but it's really, that's also the interesting part, that it's so different that you cannot really use a stereotype. You will have to check and analyze each example. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, and maybe you're gonna repeat yourself, but I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. So Italian lessons are not all the curriculum is in Italian, but there are only few hours of Italian language lessons. And then you were saying that it was the only school
with curricular Italian.
Okay, but I was like, doesn't the embassy have like Italian language?
No, unfortunately. So that's why I was saying, before the COVID pandemic, there was a charter school, so Scuola Paritaria, in Beijing, the capital, that is really far away from Shanghai. We could say that Shanghai is actually the main hub for Italian immigrants, and also Beijing, actually. And there was a Scuola Paritaria, but due to the COVID, it closed. So right now, there are 2 Scuole del Sabato, Saturday schools, but it's just Saturday morning, and they are completely organized by volunteer and associations. So we cannot really say that it's inside the official Italian system abroad, academic, but of course, I will say that the Istituto Italiano will support them.
But how many hours are in school, like at the school that you've worked in?
It's around 2-3 hours per...
3 hours.
Yes.
And Saturday schools are, again, 3 hours. So I was just wondering...
yeah, but I think the contents are different. Yeah. I've been in touch with teachers who actually teach at the Saturday schools, and they do more cultural events, while in this school they use a special method that is called Metodo Analogico Bortolato, that is a series of books published by Erickson. So what the student will, even if it's just 2 or 3 hours, what the student will learn, it's really similar to what the children learns in Italian schools. For example, they learn how to write corsivo, they do analisi grammaticale, analisi logica, and of course there's also part of culture. So they, for example, they do amazing thing, like the teacher, she wrote a journal, like giornaletto scolastico in Italian, and also they go out to the museum when there are Italian exhibitions, and they do a lot of things.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I would ask, what instruction did you provide to children for drawings?
I'm sorry, didn't...
Which instructions do you provide for drawing to the children? No?
Which instruction?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really interesting, because me and my colleague Nian, we created the project together, we are both university teachers. So we were really puzzled about that, because we could not tell them, just please write a thesis on your identity for 500 characters. So we talked to Cecilia Lambruschi, the teacher who was helping us, and she helped us telling them in different ways. So with the youngest children, we will say like, please write the language you talk and what you feel about them. And then with the older groups, we start talking about identity, because of course it's really difficult to talk about identity with such younger learners. We actually had a project in the past where we directly asked to a child who was around 9 years old, what does it mean to you to be Italian? And he was like, huh. But then he found, I think they don't really need to think about this question. It's not something they think daily. Probably it's more an adult thing. When you are a child, you don't really have to, where I'm from, it's like. And she helped us telling different instructions to the children of different ages. So with the youngest, it's like languages. As you can see, for example, Luca said, when I speak Italian, when I think about Italian, when I think about Chinese. And with older, it's like your identity. Where do you think this is located in your body?
Okay, thank you, because I noticed that the repertoire of children is very bounded. So they think in their ideology. So when they describe themselves, there is China, there is Chinese, there is Italian, there is other language, and no mix into drawing. I did a lot of linguistic portraits.
Yeah, the linguistic portrait, yes, as Graciela Favaro used it, she will ask the children to draw themselves, so some of them did, some of them didn't, to draw themselves and place the languages on their body. So for example, where do you feel, for example, this Tina, she wrote, Italian is in my belly because I was born in Italy. It's because actually the prompt, let's say, the instruction that we were given them, it's like where this language is in your body. We actually analyzed Favaro's study, and she did the same thing. Whether with older people, you could not really do this, because if you ask an older person, an adult, to draw themselves, they will be like. So when you do this with people also analphabet learners, we will come with an already pre-made person, and they will ask you to put the flags or the languages where they belong on your body. That's another question, I think.
Okay, so thank you. Is there another question, a quick question before lunch break?
I just wanted to say thank you to all of the speakers in this session. I think this is really a fantastic opportunity to see how linguists can work with schools, with students, and with teachers. And this is a really nicely organized conference because we have this kind of talk now, and it's sort of embedded in a lot of talks that are about describing structures of the languages that are relevant. And people in those talks, often we finish by saying, and there are implications for the teaching of languages. So maybe during some of the next breaks and lunches, the people from those 2 different days of the conference can think about actually making the connection, because usually we're actually at different conferences, and this has frustrated me since I started studying linguistics, the separation between what we learn about languages as linguists and what we try to teach about languages as language teachers. So I want to thank the organizers for pulling us together, and then encourage us to take on the next steps while we're here.
Yes, during lunch, you will show me trees, I will show you drawings.
And then what?
Okay, so thank you very much again. We have now our lunch break, and I think we can restart punctually at 14:30?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to apologize with all those who have prepared wonderful posters, and we didn't add all the titles on the program, but I have caught up with this, and you have now the list with the titles and all the beautiful posters. You can go and see during the hour in the afternoon, 4:30 to 5:30, after the coffee break. But I would invite these poster presenters to prepare the posters during this lunch break now, if you have everything. So we have everything ready when it starts. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here right after lunch. So I don't really need to go into this right now, as we're experts in language contact. But although most of the world's population is bilingual and multilingual, monolingualism is still sort of the unmarked norm in linguistic theory and a lot of times research as well. So I think this is really a reflection of dominant language ideologies that exist in many different societies, and the one I'm going to be focusing on today is called dual monolingualism. So essentially it's this idea that as bilingual speakers we need to maintain separations between our two languages. So that is, we should not be engaging in translanguaging, and also we should not show effects of cross-linguistic influence, also contact-induced language changes. So the objective of this talk is to present a critique of a dominant model that's being used in variation sociolinguistics to look at language variation and change within bilingual communities. And I will be proposing alternative pathways to get away from this dual monolingualism. And I think this aligns well with other fields that are having similar sort of conversations, such as psycholinguistics, second language acquisition, and heritage language acquisition. So this is the Poplek and Levy, their 2010 model that's being used, and this comes from their this chapter. And I'll just go ahead and read their criteria for determining language contact within variation sociolinguistics. So a candidate for contact-induced change in a contact variety is present in the presumed source and either one, absent in the pre-contact or non-contact variety, or if present, it is not conditioned in the same way as the source, and as can also be shown to parallel in non-trivial way the behavior of a counterpart feature in this source. This is a very strict model in which you have to examine three different varieties. So you have the presumed source variety, you have the presumed contact-induced variety, and you have the presumed monolingual variety of another language. So to critique this model, I'm going to be applying it to one of the contact situations I work with. So I work with Spanish in contact with Cachical Maya, which is an indigenous language spoken in Guatemala with about 450,000 speakers. So to orient ourselves geographically, this is the country of Guatemala, and I always like to superimpose the linguistic map upon it. There are 21 different Mayan languages spoken in Guatemala, what is now known as Guatemala. So this is a site of intense language contact between many different languages amongst themselves and also with Spanish. So in the Poplek and Levy model, the first part is the candidate for contact-induced change is found in both the contact variety, in this case Spanish in contact, and the source variety, many different Mayan languages, which I think we can all be on board with. It's the first criteria that I have some issues with, and also as the second. So again, to reminder, this first criteria is that the candidate for contact-induced change is absent either pre-contact variety or contemporary non-contact variety, so that's looking at monolingual varieties. So in this presentation, I'm going to be focusing on assumptions that are based on dual monolingualism that exists within this model, and then also highlight some practical concerns I have as it's being applied. So the first assumption based on dual monolingualism is that there are languages that have quote-unquote pure varieties that have never been influenced by contact. And that might be a little bit problematic for Guatemala. So for example, there had been 500 years of language shift from Mayan languages to Spanish, and this is continually happening in society with current language shift. So are we really comfortable with saying that Guatemalan Spanish, as spoken by monolinguals, has not been influenced at all by Mayan languages, that it's not a contact-induced variety, although it is spoken monolingually by many people in the country, in fact, about 2/3. One of the practical concerns I have about this model is how do you determine which monolingual variety should serve as the non-contact variety. So again, let's assume for this part that monolingual Guatemalan Spanish has some influence from Mayan languages. So then what should we use as the monolingual variety to compare it to bilingual Spanish spoken in Guatemala? So if we think of Mexico, for example, if we're thinking of geographic proximity, well, Mexico has also had a large history of indigenous language shifts, so are we comfortable in saying that monolingual Mexican Spanish as spoken today has no influence from indigenous languages? If we're still going with geographic proximity, we can also look at El Salvador or Honduras, but those varieties of Spanish are very different. For example, they have S aspiration and coda position, which many parts in Guatemala they do not. Should we then compare it to Castilian Spanish, as this is the origin of Spanish? Well, these varieties, Latin American varieties, Central American varieties, and Castilian Spanish are completely different. So their model is a bit unclear about which type of monolingual varieties we should be comparing the contact-induced variety to. The next concern that I have is just another practical concern about how available the data are for pre-contact variety. Their model, they do have some, the one that Poplack and Levy came up with, they do have some sources that they're able to use, but for many languages around the world, there are just no data that exists in a pre-contact variety sample, let alone those recordings for those of us who work on phonetics and phonology. So how can we apply this model to phonetics and phonology when we need sounds to be able to compare things to? So if you cannot fulfill that criteria, then you have to move on to criteria number 2 and 3. So again, if the candidate for contact-induced change is present in the pre-contact or non-contact variety, then it must be conditioned differently between contact and non-contact variety and parallel the conditioning in the source variety. So again, some assumptions and practical concerns that I have for this model. So the first one is the assumption that monolingual speakers will never adopt features of a contact variety. So this kind of presupposes that most bilingual speakers are minoritized speakers and that monolingual speakers will never adopt the way they speak because that variety over there that's contact-induced does not have any prestige. Another assumption is that it's simply a carbon copy, so it comes directly from the source right into the contact variety, and there's no changes that happen in between that. Another assumption is that there are monolingual speakers of the source language which have not been induced by contact. So for example, if you have a community where the majority of the speakers are bilingual, are you really comfortable in saying that those monolingual speakers will never adopt bilingual features when bilingual speakers are numerically the most numerous within that particular speech community? And then other practical concerns that monolingualism is often, monolingualism and source varieties is oftentimes correlated with social demographics. So thinking about my context that I work on with Spanish in contact with Quechua Maya, monolingualism in Quechua Maya is often heavily correlated with older speakers, women, lower socioeconomic status, rural areas, and particular geographic regions. So because of these critiques, today I want to propose different pathways for determining if a particular feature is indeed contact-induced that is not based on these on this dual monolingualism. So I have 3 different pathways. I'm only focusing on numbers 2 and 3 for today, but the first one is focusing on propagation. At the end of the day, contact-induced features are going to be spread by speakers. So in this model, in this particular pathway, you would focus more on social factors such as an individual's level of bilingualism, their language dominance, their social network structure. So do they have a closed network? Do they have an open network? Which I think a lot of times we know we've had 3 waves of sociolinguistics, and a lot of times the second wave concepts of sociolinguistic or of social networks are not really taken into account anymore. And also language attitudes. So are they open to receiving material from other languages? But to highlight this alternative model to Poplack and Levy, I'm going to be focusing on pathway 2 and 3 today. So pathway 2 is that looking at the same language pair, but the difference is there's going to be a comparison of 2 speech communities with different levels of societal bilingualism, one presumably high level and one presumably low level. Pathway 3, looking at different language pairs, and these, so that is looking at one language and then 2 different source languages, and one source language does allow for the feature while the other source feature does not, and comparing these 2 bilingual communities. So I'm going to be applying this proposed model today to a particular case study, so focusing on Spanish subject position. I'm going to be looking at 3 different bilingual varieties, 2 of them in the United States, so Spanish in contact with English, and a variety of Spanish in contact with Catalan or Valencian. For the purpose of the presentation, I'll be referring to it as Catalan, although I know there's a socio-political debate as whether it should be Valencian or Catalan, as spoken in Castellón, which is in the Valencian community in Spain. So as you can see here, for the US varieties, they differ on their proximity to the US-Mexico border, and this also heavily correlates with the community knowledge of Spanish. So in Tucson, Arizona, about 22.4% of the population speaks Spanish, while in the Rio Grande Valley, and as you can see there highlighted in red, On the US-Mexico border, about 71.4% speak Spanish. And then for Castellón, about 82.2% of the population speaks Catalan, according to some census. So we had a presentation yesterday about Spanish pro-drop. The other side of Spanish subject pronouns is that it's a flexible word order, so you can either have subject-verb or verb-subject. While this is allowed in both Spanish and Catalan, it is not allowed under the majority of conditions in English. So that means, that being said another way, Spanish forms a conflict site with English, while it does not form a conflict site with Catalan. The grammars differ between English and Spanish, but they do not differ between Spanish and Catalan. So the research questions that I have for today are the lower rates of VS word order in Spanish varieties in contact with English due to contact-induced change. So again, I'll be focusing on pathway 2, so comparing Tucson Spanish to Rio Grande Valley Spanish, and then focusing on those two varieties in comparison with Spanish in contact with Catalan in Valencia. So there are many different factors that influence Spanish subject position. So in this project, I'm limiting the envelope of variation to only include intransitive constructions, as these are more likely to have VS word order, while transitive, ditransitive, and copula constructions are more likely to have SV word order in Spanish. So previous linguistic factors, so this comes from a study I recently published last year with my colleague Daniel Jung. And this table comes from that paper that looks at the different types of factors that influence Spanish subject position as identified by previous literature, looking at animacy, information structure, presence of adjuncts, pronominalization, a subject's syllabic weight, and also verb class. So you can see on the left that these are the factors that influence pre-verbal subjects in Spanish, while you can see in the last column those that favor post-verbal subjects are inanimate subjects, new information, pre-verbal adjuncts, lexical subjects, heavier subjects, and also unaccusative verbs. And now Catalan subject position is affected in the very same way as Spanish with respect to information structure, syllabic weight, and verb class as identified by descriptive grammars of Catalan. So the data today comes from sociolinguistic corpora. So all these corpora include sociolinguistic interviews, the traditional Lebevian technique, right? Asking people about their lives, about their opinions about different things. And these are all publicly available corpora as well. So the first one is CESA, which is out of the University of Arizona, that's focusing on Spanish in contact with English in Tucson. Coahuila, which is the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. And then also a corpus from Blas Arroyo and al., focusing on Spanish in Castellón de la Plana. And just for sake of comparison to monolingual varieties as well, to show you that you can still compare it to monolinguals, although I think I'll have enough evidence today so that you can just compare bilingual varieties to themselves. I'm also going to be including two different monolingual sociolinguistic corpora that come from the Presea project. So this is a collaboration of capturing Spanish spoken in many different metropolitan areas throughout the Spanish-speaking world. I'll be focusing on Mexico City, as well as Alcalá in Spain, which is a suburb of Madrid, which is the capital. So as I mentioned earlier, the envelope of variation is focusing on specifically intransitive constructions, looking at the 20 most frequent unaccusative verbs and 35 most frequent unergative verbs. These tokens from these corpora were extracted through the program AntCon, and each token was coded for the linguistic factors that I mentioned earlier, extra linguistic factors, age and biological sex, and then specifically for the bilingual corpora too, including measurements of their language dominance. And then for Spanish in contact with English, those two corpora, specifically their sociolinguistic generation. So the first generation are those who arrived in the United States after the age of 6. A second sociolinguistic generation were either born in the United States or came before the age of 6. And the third sociolinguistic generation is that they were born in the United States, to at least one parent of the second generation. And I did a statistical analysis in R using the statistical package R rule, and individual and lexical items were also included as random effects. So to focus now on the results, focusing on the rates of subject-verb and verb-subject in these three different varieties of Mexican Spanish. So as you can see in Tucson, the overall rate of verb-subject was 29.3%, Well, in the Rio Grande Valley, it was 35.3, and monolingual Mexican City Spanish, it was 53.5. And all these differences, according to frequency distribution, were statistically significant. And also for the factors that were statistically significant, all of them identified in the previous literature, as I have in this table here, were statistically significant. And they were also in the expected direction. So that is, inanimate subjects were more likely to, or had higher rates of post-verbal subjects than animate subjects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there was a statistically significant extra-linguistic factor for sociolinguistic generation in Tucson, Arizona, but not for the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. And I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. Crucially, too, individual participants' language dominant was not statistically significant, as determined by the multivariate analysis. Now, I'm going to be throwing you all a table with lots of percentages, and I'm going to be highlighting what's going on with them. So to orient ourselves on the very left-hand column, you can see all the fixed factors, then the individual factors in the next column, then you see Tucson, Arizona, Rio Grande Valley, and Mexico City. And these are the rates of verb subjects. So what's going on in this data? Well, as we can see within all the individual linguistic factors, there are a higher rate of VS word order within, there's more in the Rio Grande Valley and when compared to Tucson, Arizona. And there's more in Mexico City when compared to the Rio Grande Valley. Said another way, too, this correlates with the language ecology of these particular communities. That there is a higher level of Spanish in Mexico City, followed by the Rio Grande Valley, followed by Tucson, Arizona, which has the lowest percentage of Spanish speakers in these three different communities. Furthermore, first-generation speakers, all right, I should get into the sociolinguistic generation. So as you can see here in Tucson, Arizona, the first generation, so those who were born outside the United States and came, or when they're born in Mexico, came to the United States after the age of 6, their rate of post-verbal subjects was 32.6. The second generation, often born in the United States, was 29.8, and third generation, 22.5. This was not statistically significant in Rio Grande Valley, and again, I think it's due to the higher percentage of Spanish that's spoken within the particular community in the Rio Grande Valley. And also, these first-generation speakers are different from their monolingual counterparts in Mexico City, as you can see over the overall rates presented below. So that's the second pathway. So looking now at the third pathway. So again, here's a percentage of, again, we have bilingual Tucson Spanish, Rio Grande Valley Spanish, and now comparing it to bilingual Castellon Spanish. And as you can see here, it's a similar trend, that there is more, there's more VS word order in bilingual Castellon Spanish when you compare them to the US Spanish varieties. And this distribution of this frequency distribution was also statistically significant. Now, and it's also kind of the same story when we look at, again, fixed factors, Tucson, Arizona, Rio Grande Valley, and now Castellon Spanish. These are all three bilingual varieties of Spanish. And again, we get the higher rates of VS word order within each factor, within the majority of these factors here. So, for example, in Castellon, there is more VS word order when compared to the Rio Grande Valley. And as I mentioned earlier, to Rio Grande Valley, there's more than Tucson, Arizona. So the difference in VS word order are due to language pairs in contact, not necessarily just societal bilingualism, because as remember, Catalan word order is affected by similar factors as it is in Spanish, as it allows for VS word order, while English does not allow for VS word order. Now, if you want to compare it to monolingual varieties, so here's the variety from Madrid, and also compared to its bilingual counterpart within Spain. And from these overall rates, we can see that there's higher VS in Alcalá, there's higher rates of VS in Castellon, and there's nearly identical rates as arbitrarily defined by less than 5% difference, okay, with all these individual different factors. All this to say is that VS word order in both these varieties that are spoken in Spain, one monolingual and one bilingual, are largely the same. So going back to our research question, so I believe there's evidence for language contact looking at pathway 2 and 3, as they point to English having an influence on Spanish in these two US Spanish communities. The bilingual community with a lower societal knowledge of Spanish in Tucson, Arizona had lower rates of VS word order than a bilingual community with a higher rate of societal knowledge of Spanish, which was in the Rio Grande Valley. And this was found in not only the overall rates, but was found within the majority of the individual linguistic factors as well. And sociolinguistic generation was significant in Tucson, so that is the first generation had the most VS word order, followed by the second generation, followed by the third generation, but this was not a statistically significant factor for the Rio Grande Valley. And again, I think this has to do with the overall level of societal bilingualism that exists in the Rio Grande Valley. That's not only the high percentage of Spanish-spoken communities not only helping language maintenance, but it may also be delaying effects of language contact, at the very least with this one particular morphosyntactic variable, as you can see by the distribution here. And in both communities, language dominance was not statistically significant. So I think this is another advantage of this particular model that I'm proposing today, looking at the overall rates of societal bilingualism, because if we did not look at that, we might have concluded that there was no effect of language contact because there was no effect within the particular model. And again, a different story is told with comparing bilingual Spanish in contact with Catalan. It behaves very similarly to monolingual Castilian Spanish precisely because Catalan VS word order is affected by similar factors and the same directionality of effects as well. Now, some limitations for this study are that the previous literature of VS Catalan word order is largely based on descriptive grammars, and there's currently, at least to my knowledge, very few empirical studies. So it would be good to look at empirically what is going on with Catalan, with also this caveat that many of those speakers are going to be bilingual in Spanish as well. In the future, what I'm currently working on now is expanding this project to include monolingual varieties in Mexico that have strong network ties to the US. So looking at Baja California, which, so this graph, this little image comes from BuzzFeed, and it's the level of English by region. So at the very top of the border of the United States, you can see we speak a lot of English. That yellowish circle is Spanglish, that's Monterrey. So Monterrey has a high societal knowledge of English because of its strong connections and ties to the United States. And Baja California would be in the Tijuana area on the border with California. And the coordination of same coordination of same corpus collecting methodology to facilitate comparisons between bilingual varieties. So I was able to do this because Presea uses the same methodology, so this is for the monolingual varieties of Spanish. And then the two bilingual US Spanish corpora that I selected, they also use a similar methodology. So having different corpora that use the same methodology facilitates the comparison of all these varieties. And of course, application of this model to other morphosyntactic variables and looking beyond to phonetics and phonology, semantics, and pragmatics to see how viable this model is along with other language pairs. So conclusions, possibly to empirically demonstrate contact-induced change without comparing bilingual speakers to monolingual benchmarks. And this aligns the field in a variation of sociolinguistics with conversations that are happening in other fields. And future research will need to be done to determine the proposed viability of this model. So thank you very much. I should acknowledge my research assistant, Caitlin Chen, who's been working with me on identifying different tokens with the ANCOT program, and also my co-author, Daniel Jung, on this paper that came out last year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. You're sitting on a very rich data set, and that's really fantastic, but you need to do justice to the data. And the biggest thing is if you want to compare the 3 different varieties, that needs to be inside of your multivariate analyses. If you just use chi-square, you're going to have the same kind of problems as if you looked at generations, compared them with a chi-square test when you know there are different distributions of different types of contexts inside there. So I'd really encourage you to do that.
Okay.
Your 3 pathways are a brilliant summary. You're very, very clear in saying it. It's what we've been trying to do in the Heritage Language Variation and Change in Toronto project for the last 15 years. Yeah. So of course I think it's a great set of pathways. You may want to look a little at some of the methodology that students in that project have used. And then just finally, Poplack and Levy and Poplack and all of her other collaborators have been very, very lucky with the data sets that they've been able to find and to really set up the ideal situation. None of the rest of us are going to have such perfect situations, but I would recommend thinking of that the same way, at least I think about a generative syntactic framework. It's an ideal of what a beautiful system would look like, and we just need to get as close as we can to it in describing the knowledge. So I think you're on exactly the right path, thinking about we don't need and we are not going to find pure pre-contact varieties, but if we set up the different varieties in terms of how much contact they've had, or the speakers in terms of how much contact they've had, then we approximate the trajectory towards that path. And I think that's what you're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, because I should have mentioned, I don't want to claim that this is the only model that we should be using, right? And that we should throw away Poplack and Levy. I should have framed it better of that in situations like, as you mentioned, they have an ideal data set, that in those particular situations we can think of other ways for determining language contact based on data that we do have.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting presentation, very interesting data methodology. I think the data looks quite convincing, especially you compare, say, Tucson with the other areas. But what I wonder is that even though the VS order is significantly less in Tucson compared to the Catalan bilingual speaking area and the other third area, it is still a lot higher than in English. So it's still quite different. So how would you explain that usage, say from the perspective of individual speakers, say a cognitive level, stylistic level? Could it be an effect of aggregation where there's a lot of inter-speaker variation? Or are speakers, does it mean there's these bilingual speakers with contact interference have a less stylistic range than other speakers, or what might be going on?
I wouldn't necessarily think based on these data sets that it'd be stylistic, because it was in a sociolinguistic interview, and I think to do that I need to get particularly the different types of topics that were being talked about in those particular moments to be able to answer that question. But to think, the way I've been thinking about this is that, Spanish monolingual varieties have this particular level of VS word order, and we know over here in English it's pretty much 0, so that in somewhere they fall within the middle. So that those communities that have higher presence of English within the larger community are going to be more on this side, while those that have a lower presence and then therefore higher presence of Spanish be more on this side. So that's kind of how I've been thinking about these data sets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if you are familiar with the work by Carmen Silva Corbalan on the Spanish in Los Angeles, because I remember a paper where she claims that she also observed this shift to VS to SV order, and what she claims is this is not due to influence from English, but rather is an internal change due to the fact that bilingual speakers tend to lose or be less sensitive to the pragmatic constraints that govern this kind of word order change. So I was wondering whether you have thought about this. So you're sure it's contact induced, or could be also some kind of internal reanalysis in bilingual?
So without specifically knowing the envelope of variation that was included in the Silva Corbalan's study, what I found with some other previous research is that they're looking at word order in Spanish by looking at both they're using intransitive, transitive, ditransitive, and copula verbs. So I think I mentioned in the earlier part of the presentation that intransitive are the ones that favor VS word order the most. So I think that an issue with some other studies is that the majority of their data actually come from those that favor SV word order, that is copulas, that is transitive verbs, that is ditransitive. So without knowing the specifics of what type of construction she was using in that study, that may be what's going on in there, which is why we decided in this study to focus specifically on just intransitive constructions.
little question. Did I understand correctly that your first generation are speakers who arrived in the US at 6 years old?
Yes, yes. So they...
After 6, so including also 6 or 7 years old? Because I think this is quite early, usually in, heritage language studies. I mean, first generation are people who arrived in early adulthood or maybe late teenager, but I think 6 years old is quite early. So maybe this is another reason why you do not find an effect of generation. Maybe.
Yeah, at least for the Rio Grande Valley corpus. So all that information is publicly available on these corpus, so I'll have to go back and look to see possibly including that as a factor of time of arrival in the United States to see if there's a difference between those who arrived right at the age of 6 versus those who arrived at the age of 35 or something, something else. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Challenging, right? Yes, it does. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, you can see your notes right. Yeah.
Right.
Perfect. Okay, so now let's move on to our second presentation. The title is Variation and Effects in Register in Bislama. And, oh, yes?
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't need the...
That's right.
Yeah. I think this one works. Put it a bit higher. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm going to present joint work on different patterns of phonological and grammatical variation in Bislama. And that is joint work with Karel Aru, Manfred Krivka, and Miriam Meyerhoff. And you will notice that in the presentation, the mind of Miriam is there, right? Okay, so where are we? Our talk today is about variation in Bislama, the national language of Vanuatu. And as you can see on this map, Vanuatu is an island nation off the northeast coast of Australia, and it consists of about 80 islands, and almost all are inhabited. And the islands are volcanic, so although many people in Vanuatu are aware of and do worry about the impact of climate change on the islands, the country is not in immediate danger of rising sea levels yet, right? But this is kind of, but having some background. So it's spoken by 300,000 people. It's the national language of Vanuatu, and the foundations of the language lies in the contact English that was spoken in Eastern Australia in the 19th century, especially on the plantations in north-south Wales, right? Good. And this map, I hope you can see it. These are the transport routes. This map shows the transport routes between the Queensland cane fields and the islands of Melanesia in the 19th century. And thousands of Ni Vanuatu, mostly men, some women, traveled on the contracts to work for 3 years in the plantations. It's called indentured servants, right? It is unclear whether all the workers understood the nature of the contract, and some of them were certainly forced onto the Australian boats against their will, right? So it was after the time of slavery, but yeah, it was just, let's say, slavery by a different name. Okay. The structural profile of Bislama. The majority of the lexicon is derived from English, and only 6 to 12% is French lexicon, right? And that are the two, let's say, superstrate languages. But all the flora, fauna, and kinship terms, they're basically from the substrate languages, from the oceanic languages, right? So also all the cultural knowledge about the flora and the fauna are basically from the substrate languages. And if you look at the structural system, then actually it has a strong substrate influence in the grammar, and you can see that in the phonological infantry. You can see it in the structure of the noun phrase and the verb phrase. You can see it in the pronominal paradigm, so they have dual markers, they have clusivity. That's typical for these oceanic languages. And also it has serial verb constructions to express deixis and directional information, right? Okay. Now, what we've created is a corpus of spoken Bislama from Port Vila. And actually, it was designed to explore style and register variation. And actually, this is very new for Bislama. So up to now, there haven't been any corpus where it was specifically targeted for register variation. Good. And there is Port Vila, right? And we also wanted, of course, to look at other parts of Vanuatu, but because of COVID, we were restricted to there. So this is the corpus. It's 40,000 words, and it's 24 speakers, and we have 7 different genre types. From awareness, conversation, custom, so that's like traditional stories, memorable event, personal history, preaching, and work, right? And actually, what we're now discussing is we are only reporting on 7 to 9 speakers per variable, different ages, male and females, Francophone, Anglophone, different education levels, and including all 7 different genre types. And actually, the corpus is available from the Humboldt University. I think it's online there, and we're working on to have it online on Paradisec. Good. The variables that we have. So 2 variables are morphosyntactic, and 2 are phonological. So we choose these variables based on our own observations. So basically, that was Carol Aru and Miriam Meyerhoff, their observations, and also Meyerhoff 2000 and Crowley 2004. And actually, we expected to find that social linguistic variability is primarily within phonological variation rather than grammatical variables. But we wanted to also see whether variation might be localized in the verb phrase or outside the verb phrase. So as far as we know, no one has tested whether or not some structural domains are more or less open to being conscripted for socially meaningful variation, right? So within NP, PP is more like the nominal domain, and within VP is the verbal domain, right? And we're looking at plural NPs, subject-verb agreement, and cliticization of prepositions and auxiliaries. So the first variable is preposition. So blong and long, they are being reduced, and you get like blo with the glottal stop, or you get lo, right? That's the first one. The second one, the preposition is highly sensitive to task. So there are 24 tokens of long and blong. And the variation is effectively only between the phonological fusion or the glottal insertion, right? So long olgeta, you get lolgeta, right? So, and you just see that basically it's with the pronoun you get more, phonological fusion, right? That's in the majority of cases. Good. The second variable is, I can see here the time, that's good, is the reduction of auxiliaries, and that is stop can be reduced to sta, and sabe to sa, right? Okay. Now, if you look, you just see that actually with sabe has very little going on, right? Stop, though, seems to be doing something more interesting. And it does not appear to be constrained by the following segment or the semantics of the lexical verb it modifies. So it's possible that the reduced form sta is favored by students and teachers. That's a possibility. But it's also a possibility that the full form stop is more likely in subordinate clauses than the reduced sta. And it also seems to occur often in constructions meaning something going to be ixing, right? So that's, so basically we didn't have a look at sabi anymore, right? But the first morphosyntactic variable is the subject-verb agreement. So normally this is how it is you have plural agreement in the first and second person is I, and the third person is Oli, and you only have singular agreement in the third person, and that's I, right? And the minor variant is I, also in the third person plural, right? Okay. And why is it not? Okay. Now, actually, it's interesting. What you see is that there is a diminishing variation in the third person plural agreement, right? So the speaker seems to have a very clear contrast between I and Oli, right? So the conclusion then also is that this alternation is not a high frequency variable feature and unlikely to be doing much social linguistic work, right? So there is a significant general regularization of Oli agreement marking over time, right? So comparing the corpus by Meyerhoff and our corpus. Good. The last one is plural marking in Bislama. So you have the canonical pattern, that's all geta, that's the plural marker plus noun. But what's also possible, and you don't see it very good with these colors, you have the English type, and you also have the mixed type, right? But there are very few English type plurals used, so we focus on the contrast between the canonical pattern for Bislama plurals and a mixed plural form where actually the Bislama plural determiner combines with a noun that is inflected with the final S, like the English pattern, right? Okay. So this is an example of Bislama plural MPs. So all Fala, so old people, all the old people, or all Narafala school, all other schools. Right? And then you have the mixed plurals, all areas, and here also all rooms, right? We're talking about the rooms that we're using, and you get all areas, or all rooms. Good. Now, this is where Marian comes in, because he did R, Brule. And, okay. I will read it out, and it makes it easier. So, we modeled it in Arbel with Lixeme as a random effect, and the significant factors favoring the use of the mixed plurals are topic type, right? That's on the top. The grammatical role of the noun phrase, so whether a subject, right, that's or not, whether it's modified or not modified, and the education of the speaker, right? And all the other features that we actually looked at, all the factors, they are not relevant, right? Okay, so I hope that people will not have like very intricate questions about this statistics, because then I will just record the question and get back to Miriam for a kind of insightful answer, right? Okay, but if you look at, for instance, the topic factor, then actually the trend is for use of non-canonical plurals seems consistent with the speakers for topic, right? And that actually leads to the idea that there is a speech community norm there, right? Okay, and now we're at the final slide. And that is, we actually expected to find that social linguistic variability is primarily within phonological variation rather than grammatical variation, right? And this was, where is my, oh, okay. This was largely supported by in the morphosyntactic variables, and to our surprise, we also found quite a clear reduction in variation for subject-verb agreement, marking over real time. This is something that actually we didn't expect, right? And that means that the speech community in Port Vila has focused a very regular agreement paradigm, right? And we found more variation in the use of mixed plural NPs. So the speech community as a whole primarily still favors the canonical Bislama pattern for making plural NPs. And when they do use the mixed plurals, the linguistic and non-linguistic constraints favoring mixed plurals are very consistent across individuals, right? So in terms of looking at the variation, yeah, doing very great time-wise. Thank you. Is that if you look at criticization of law and law, there's plenty of variation that we could explore further. If you look at the auxiliary contraction, there is also plenty of variation, but only for stop, sta, and we will not do anything with Save anymore because it doesn't seem to have a lot of variation. And if you look at the morphosyntactic variables, so the agreement is little variation, so actually all speakers are focusing on one form, so that's also not something that we should like pursue, right? Now the interesting thing is with the plural marking on NP, so for the people who actually were yesterday eve, well, the final talk, that was also on plural marking, on mixed plural marking, right? And Minnie actually showed that there is a semantic effect in English Cantonese mixing, right? And she kind of gave a very insightful analysis, right? The interesting thing is that with these mixed plurals here in English Bislama, you don't have this semantic effect that she identified for English Cantonese. And so actually, so we have here mixed plurals, but what we actually see here maybe is that it's not lexical versus grammatical plurals, as in the Cantonese English case, but actually that the English suffix is kind of the exponent of an agreement relation between the Bislama plural marker and the English noun. And that there is an agreement relation between the two, and that sometimes gets as an exponent the plural marker from English, and then what you don't get is a semantic effect, right? And that's kind of what I want to end our presentation with, and thank you for your
So sorry. Okay, we
That
have
was
plenty of time for questions.
Mistaken identity. Is it? Ah, it's also, the R shouldn't be there, right?
Hey, are you sure you don't have a semantic value or a functional distribution with this? Is it mere doubling or superficial doubling of plural marks? Or is it just that there might be something that has not been explored yet, which explains why in some cases you have that S and in some cases you don't? Is there further studies to try to...
Yeah, well, up to now we didn't find anything.
Okay.
And it's clear from the examples where you have this mixed plural that there is no semantic effect. So that's very clear. So, and I think that's kind of a nice way of accounting for that there is no semantic effects. Because at first we also went for the Alexiadou type of model with, okay, you have lexical plurals, and you have grammatical plurals, and these two positions are failed. But then Manfred and I were actually listening to a version of Minnie's talk a couple of months ago, and then it was actually clear that actually there is this difference. So there is, if you have a semantic effect, you can like talk about that these two positions are there. But if you don't have a semantic effect, there is no way, yeah, you can do it, but then it's just a description. So, but actually it's also interesting that, of course, these mixed plurals are more in a work environment. So, and then maybe there is, yeah, you get like this agreement relations you get for free anyway in your grammatical system, in your linguistic system. But maybe other people say, well, that's too theory internal. I don't think that's really the case, but yeah, people. Sorry? No, right. Yeah.
Yes, I find the phonological examples interesting. So especially the consonant reduction, the nasal velar. So if for some reasons in this language you have to eliminate this consonant, and hiatus would result, right? So blow, or this would be a very marked structure. So
yeah, definitely.
the two possibilities are
right?
the two possibilities are to insert, to
glottal
appendicize
right.
unmarked consonant, or to delete the second vowel. So these are two ways
right.
eliminating a marked structure, but the
right.
least marked structures normally existing
and
in
both cases you
so
find, right?
Hmm?
So both cases you find.
Yes.
So you get long.
This is an alternative way to
right.
to repair a marked structure resulting from this elimination, from this deletion of the nasal velar. And so the interesting question is why there is this deletion of this consonant, I think.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah, thank you, yeah, right. Yeah.
Questions?
So thank you, Tonias, for your presentation. I may have missed some point, but I was curious about pluralization and bare nouns, because you also have bare nouns in Bislama, and I was curious if you already looked at variation in the use of bare nouns.
Thank you for your question, Chiara. So Chiara, she wrote a dissertation on bare nouns, right, in a Portuguese Creole. So she knows much more about bare nouns than I do. And actually, I'm sorry, but we didn't look at bare nouns. But
Okay.
we should actually, of course, look at bare nouns and, yeah, exactly at the determinant system, how it functions, in relation also to plural. Yes, I'm sorry. That's
no,
all
it
I
was
could.
just a curiosity.
Yes,
because
no, yeah,
I saw the
right.
pluralization strategies, and I immediately thought about bare nouns. For me, it's a
Right, yes.
it's a
Yeah,
connection.
yeah, right.
Thank
Thank you. Yeah, we will. It's on the list now. Yeah. Okay.
It's your worst nightmare. I'm going
Yes.
to ask you to go back to the arbitral results slide, but I promise I have a very, very simple question. So in each factor, there's some levels that are in orange and some are in black. And I'm wondering if the orange ones are the contexts that favor the mixed plurals or the black ones?
The black one, the orange ones.
The orange ones, okay.
Right.
Okay, tell Miriam she needs to put that on the slide.
Yes, okay.
Thank
Yes,
you.
right. I'm sorry. That I know. I'm not colorblind yet, so that's good. But thank you, yeah. But yeah, so we just, we have like all these different genres, and we had like all these different factors that we put in. And that's, yeah, okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you guys controlled for, so that says education, right? But that's the same as language dominance, or is just the language that the people were educated in? Like, what does exactly mean, like that factor?
Okay, so they're
education?
all dominant in Bislama.
They're all dominant in. Okay.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, but some people, Vanuatu is, let's say, one of the two countries where you had French and English as colonial, powers. The other one is Mauritius. Actually, the project was about Vanuatu and Mauritius, so that was also kind of interest. But so the majority is educated in English, and it's just a minority that has education in French. And I think it also depends on which island you are. But okay, I'm not an expert on Vanuatu, right? This is very far away from the areas of the world where I do my work. But, right. You're more local, right?
Well, relatively speaking, but it's pretty relative, Tonias, at this stage, I think, compared to, I've never been to Vanuatu, so maybe on your next research trip you take me, and that would be great. But just thinking about this question, now that we've gone back to this slide about English versus French medium, why is it that English is highlighted but French is not, given that both languages form their plurals with S? Because in one of the slides you had the S insertion, right? So I thought, is that just because it's phonological reason, or what's going on there?
Well, basically, French writes a lot of agreement, but doesn't pronounce a lot of agreement. So most of the morphology in French you don't hear, right? So I worked on Créole Mauricien. They have a long and a short form, mange, manger. And if you speak French, of course, if you write French, you have a lot of, the paradigm is very rich. But if you just listen to it, you only hear mange, manger. And in the first person plural, they say on mange anyway, so mangeons or so, you don't hear anything. You don't hear it. So basically, there is no agreement, plural agreement of French in that sense.
So Josh's question made me wonder. I assume that the plural S in Bislama is an English S because so much of Bislama is English, but what if it's a French S and the variable presence has to do with whether the following segment word starts with a vowel or a consonant? Have you coded for that or looked at that?
Now, it's interesting what you find in Bislama, and that is you do find the S and the is. So you basically find the same allophones as in English, but in English they're voiced. But in Bislama, they have been accommodated to the Bislama system, and that's voiceless. So what you see is that actually the allophonic variation of English is still there, but it has been kind of integrated into the Bislama system. And that is, I think, kind of a nice argument to say that it's not the written French S.
And is there
that you
a
don't
voiced
hear,
Z
but it's
in
the
Bislama?
English. Sorry?
Is there a voiced coronal fricative in Bislama?
I don't think so.
So it has no choice but to devoice to S. So it
Well,
could be the
well,
French
it's
S.
not a question of devoicing. It's a question of replacing the voiced one with the voiceless
Right, so
one.
you're focused on the S versus is, and I'm focused on the S versus zero, and one is English and one is French. So I'm just curious if there's another analysis of what kind of S this is.
Right. I think it's because you do find, so the allophonic variation, in a way, you find it in Bislama when it's used. Right? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We don't have more time for questions. Thank you. Okay, now we have
very high.
Yeah. Now we have the third and last presentation of the session, and Francesca Moro is going to be presenting on contact-induced syntactic changes in the language of Filipino heritage speakers in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to be here, so thank you to the organizers. So I'm going to present this research that was conducted also with the help of Gina Russo, who collected data, and Elsie Mary Orr, who's sitting here as our PhD student in Napoli, who helped me analyzing the data. First of all, just one clarification. So by heritage speakers, we mean we adopt a kind of narrow definition of heritage speakers, and we mean a specific type of bilingual speaker, bilingual in a majority and a minority immigrant language. So heritage speakers of Tagalog are second generation speakers of Tagalog as an immigrant language in Italy. Okay, very few words of introduction. This research is part of a PNRR 2022 project entitled Heritage Languages and Languages of the Others in Campania region. And in this project, University of L'Orientale collaborates with the University Federico II, both in Napoli, and the unit at Federico II takes care of the sociolinguistic analysis of 5, actually they've become 6 communities, looking at multilingual practices and language choices. And at L'Orientale, we focus on the Filipino community, looking at sociolinguistic characteristics, but also we aim to provide kind of the first study on a heritage language in Italy that includes second generation data. And this is the, I don't know if this is connected to internet. So this is the website of our project where you can see the overview and we have some outcomes. Okay. And so the data, we are archiving the data in this URAC center based in Bolzano. So the Hello Campania collection is currently being made available, because we adhere to this principle of FAIR, so findability and accessibility and reusability of data. And as for now, you can find on URAC, you can find the whole Philippine collection. So you can, well, here there is a long list of, there are 66 speakers that perform 3 tasks, so a lot of files that you can download. There are the social linguistic interviews in Italian and the linguistic task conducted in Tagalog. And the data for the other communities will be made available soon. Okay. So why the Filipino community? Well, first reason, they speak Austronesian languages, and I like Austronesian languages. I've been working on them, so this is one, like a personal reason to study the Filipino community. But in general, this community presents some interesting characteristics. First is one of the oldest community in Italy, which allow us to study second-generation speakers who are now adults. And many communities do not have like an adult second generation. And furthermore, Italy hosts like the largest Filipino community in Europe, followed by Germany and Spain. And what is also interesting is the demographic stability of this community. So we have many families, and this is related to family reunification, but also births. And what is interesting is also the settlement patterns of the Filipino in Italy in general, but in Napoli specifically, because I will show you a map of Napoli, maybe for those of you who are familiar with the city of Napoli. Anyway, on the top you have the settlement patterns of the Filipino, and on the bottom of the Ukrainian. And what this report, this demographic report says is that is it true that the Filipinos and the Ukrainians turn out to be the only communities that have values of maximum concentration in rich neighborhoods of the city, like Posillipo and Vomero? So this means that, due to the kind of job services that Ukrainian, especially women and Filipino women do, they are in contact with Italians a lot. And this has an effect also on the heritage language they speak. Now, so what, very briefly, in general, we notice a kind of low level of language maintenance, in the sense that second generation claim that they mostly speak Tagalog, but also Italian at home, and also English. And I think I have 2 videos here. We were invited last year to the Republic of the Philippines in Rome to celebrate the Independence Day. And Elisabetta, she's actually a second generation Filipino girl who we interview. She's the daughter of a singer, and she sings, and she was asked to go on a stage and sing 3 songs. And let me turn on the, I hope I can turn on the audio from here. So the first song was in English, the second in Italian. And the third one in English. So let me turn off otherwise Okay, so I think it's very informative that 3 songs, 2 were in English and 1 was in Italian, and I expected at least 1 to be in Tagalog. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So going more to the focus on the objective that is investigating contact effects in the language of Tagalog heritage speakers in Italy, we focus for now. We are going to include more topics, but for now we focus on word order and voice. Why? Because word order has been shown to be vulnerable to cross-linguistic influence in heritage languages. There are many studies reporting changes in word order, and this is because bilinguals can easily establish equivalence between constructions, and there are only a limited number of word orders possible, so it's easy for bilingual heritage speakers to find equivalence between their heritage language and their majority language. And this idea was formulated by Mausken and colleague as the alternation hypothesis. It was formulated in the framework of second language acquisition, but it also applies to the heritage language setting. So the idea is that when the heritage language has an alternation between two or more constructions, then what heritage bilingual speakers do, they would tend to overgeneralize the option that is also present in the majority language, right? So why? The psycholinguistic explanation is that by allowing the grammars of the two languages to converge, they kind of reduce the cognitive load of having to, handle two systems. And of course, this is a kind of self-perpetuating process of language change, because the more they use a certain construction, the more entrenched it becomes, and so the more likely they are to select it again. So word order in Tagalog is such that Tagalog has variable word order, but the preferred order is predicate initial. So usually there is the verb at the beginning, followed by the agent, and then there is the subject as the end. So here we have kumakain ng isang ice cream ang isang batang lalaki. So the verb, and then the patient and the agent, or another order possible, but pragmatically kind of mark, is the one with the verb in the middle. So batang lalaki kumakain ng ice cream. Italian, on the other hand, has a less flexible word order. At least I'm talking about default, unmarked transitive construction. Whereas we have a preference for verb medial order, il bambino mangia il gelato. So the other domain we look at was voice. This is, so voice has been shown to be kind of susceptible to priming effects in bilinguals. There is a very famous study by Arsauker and Pickering and Veldkamp, but with typologically similar languages. So they have shown that Spanish, English bilingual were more likely to produce a passive in Spanish if they heard a passive in English. Okay. However, Italian and Tagalog have very different voice systems, while Tagalog has this very particular voice system with 5 voices. So this is basically there is the the affixes on the verb select assign the thematic role to the subject-noun phrase. So if there is the na or actor voice infixes, then the subject is the agent, but the subject could be, like in the third sentence, could be the patient. So the child got the banana. Actually, the banana is the subject, the patient, and so far it could be okay. But then there is also locative voice, instrumental voice, and benefactive voice. So the subject could also be the location. The child placed books on the box, then the box is the subject. Or the child used the newspaper to wrap the fish, then the newspaper is the subject. Or the mother cooks spring rolls for the child, then the benefactive, the child, is the subject. So the voice system of Tagalog and Italian or English are very different. Now, interestingly, in Tagalog, but also in Indonesian, in other Austronesian languages, it is the patient voice, the one that is unmarked, because it's the one that is most frequently heard in the input, and it's also acquired earlier by children. And in general, there have been studies by Rowena Garcia and colleagues that show that children show better mastery of patient voice than agent voice. So patient voice is the unmarked voice. Okay. Building on previous studies, there have been 2 previous studies on Tagalog-English bilinguals in the US, both in the US, one by Ronquillo and the other by Tanaka, O'Grady, and colleagues. And both found English influence on word order, such that Tagalog-English bilingual use more agent-verb-patient order, like under the influence of English. But the study of Tanaka, who also tested voice, they did not find any English influence on voice, and the conclusion they make is that either bilinguals are not fully sensitive to voice information, or Tagalog voice system is so different from English that it's some kind immune to dominant language influence. And we are going to see very similar results with our Tagalog-Italian bilinguals. So research question, to what extent heritage speakers of the 2nd generation, let's say Italian dominant, differ from 1st generation speakers, Tagalog dominant, and homeland speakers in their production of word order and voice? Let me clarify here. By 1st generation, we mean people who arrived in Italy after the age of, mostly after the age of 18. Someone was, I think, around the age of 15. And 2nd generation are those born in Italy or who arrived in very early childhood. And homeland speakers are speakers living in the homeland, in the Philippines. So this is the part of the data set that we have analyzed, and Gina Russo collected the data. We have, and also Michelle Corotan, 6 homeland speakers, G0, so generation 0, 22 1st generation, and 26 2nd generation. And the methodology we use, this is kind of control kind of data, so it's only elicited data. I will come back to this point. And we use exactly the same methodology as Tanaka and colleagues. So we use these video clips that were made in such a way that there were 5 clips that target actor voice, because the patient, like the ice cream, is inanimate and indefinite, so they kind of targeted actor voice, and 5 clips that target patient voice, because the patient was animate and definite. Plus, there were some distractors. Okay, if we look at word order, here again I want to make you listen to the sentences. Homeland speakers and 1st generation, G1, they produce construction with the verb at the beginning, so verb initial construction. Let me see if I can, sorry for this, but I have every time to turn it off, otherwise there is this echo. Oh, sorry. Probably didn't hear it very well, but he says, binuhat ng batang lalaki ang batang babae. Maybe. Okay, maybe I hope this one of a 2nd generation speaker is clearer. See? So, ang batang lalaki, binuhat ang batang lalaki. Yeah. So, binuhat, the verb, it's in verb medial. Is in the medial position. Okay. Now, this is the kind of qualitative data, quantitatively. Okay, these are many different, a lot of options. What I just want to draw your attention on the orange bars, and they show the VAP order or VPA. You can see that in the homeland and 1st generation, the bar is very high. The 2nd generation is much lower. Vice versa, the blue and green bars are agent-verb patient or agent-verb, agent-pronoun patient, and they are much higher in the 2nd generation. So I made this table just to kind of simplify the thing for you. Verb initial construction, we have 64.3 in the homeland, 72% in G1, whereas in the verb medial orders are quite low, 19 or 18 in the homeland and G1, whereas in the G2, this increased to 42%. Okay, this is statistically significant. I did a chi-square test, and so generation 2 uses more agent verb, agent pronoun, or agent verb patient than the other generations. Okay, just want to go on to voice. Now, for voice, the three groups behave as expected. So in actor voice target video clips, they produce more actor voice, and in the patient voice target video clips, they produce more patient voice. Nice. So if we look at actor voice target video clips, all generations show a strong preference for actor voice. However, this preference kind of declines across generation. You see that it's 70% in homeland, 58 in the first generation, 57 in the second generation. So it looks like second generation, but also first generation allows patient voice also in actor voice target video clips. For the patient voice target video clips, actually, whereas the homeland and the first generation, they really kind of suppress actor voice, only use it 4.3 or 1.3%. Second generation does not really suppress actor voice when the target is a patient, at least not to the same extent of generation 1 or homeland, which show, on the other end, kind of avoidance of actor voice in this context. Okay, so I go to the discussion and the conclusion. So word order shows statistically significant generational differences. Second generation speakers overuse verb medial word order and underuse verb initial orders. So the word order domain is indeed particularly vulnerable to language contact, that's showing patterns consistent with the findings among the Filipino English bilinguals in the US. So the idea is that, again, this finding kind of confirm what has been observed in heritage languages, which allow us to study kind of the ontogeny of language change, that transfer occurs when the heritage language already contains structures that are aligned with the dominant language, and typically cross-linguistic influence or transfer manifests as a shift in frequency between already existing options. And as I said, this is what Nick Enfield called the self-perpetuating process of language change, whereby, you know, the shift in frequency kind of increase the compatibility of the two grammars, thereby increasing the likelihood for further transfer. And, well, for voice choice is strongly influenced by the target, so in this case, the video clip. Actor voice is preferred in actor target video clips, patient voice in patient target clips. And generational differences in voice selection are kind of target dependent, and the second generation speakers use actor voice kind of more liberally, so somehow there is an increase of actor voice, especially in patient target context, whereas first generation and homeland speakers are more constrained. However, well, a previous study didn't show evidence of English influence, so like Tanaka said, there was no English influence on voice, and this is my last slide. So somehow voice seems to be more resistant to transfer effects, and the idea, again, is that dominant language influence begins when there is some kind of similarity between the two systems, right? When speakers can kind of find equivalence, and this allows cross-linguistic activation. And so if construction in the heritage languages do not align or activate equivalence in the dominant language, that transfer is unlikely, or it proceeds kind of a slower pace. So what we see, I think, in terms of voice might be not much transfer, but rather reanalysis that may occur due to the loss of pragmatic constraint. So heritage speakers, like I was mentioning to Sean before, tend to be less sensitive to the pragmatic rules that govern subject placement. So this kind of increase in actor voice, rather than being due to influence of Italian, is rather kind of a reanalysis. Okay, just want to conclude and thank you and say that for those of you who I'm preparing a special issue with Margherita Di Salvo on heritage languages in Italy, new issues and perspectives, and you are welcome to submit your contribution. You have time. The deadline is 30 March 2026. So, but if you're working on this topic, we would like to receive your contribution, and then there will be peer review. But, okay, thank you.
I was puzzled for observing that, for example, the frequency of self-constructions, like the frequency of use of the active voice in first-generation heritage speaker, dropped dramatically before starting to grow again in second language, in second generation. So the second generation.
What do you mean drop?
It was
this one, like from 70 to 58, or
a slide afterwards. Yes, this one. Yes, and so I was wondering whether in generation 1, if it can not be a sign of loss of familiarity with all the possibilities of the heritage language, that makes one of the variations seem more prototypical than the others, and so it becomes more frequently used. Do you have a hypothesis on why generation 1 speakers tend to focus more on to drop the use of the active voice?
Well, I think, but you mean 4.3 to 1.3?
Yeah.
I don't think that was even statistically significant.
Okay.
I don't think it's a big drop, honestly. I was more puzzled by this from 70 to 58, but again, I don't think, I have to check, because I was focusing especially on the second generation. Okay. But yeah, this one, I think they behave, first generation and homeland speaker behave pretty much alike in preferring patient voice in patient target video clips. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was wondering, were you able to observe any communication problems between first generation speakers and second generation speakers, especially because this word order changes so much? For example, the verb that from the beginning goes in the middle position. Could you observe such a thing?
No, well, actually, and this is, thank you, because I forgot to say something. This is, so elicited data, and then this task was performed, each speaker performed the task alone, looking at this clip. But luckily, we have Elsie Mary Orr, who's doing, you can wave your hand, Elsie, yeah? So she's looking basically at spontaneous, natural heritage Tagalog data. So she's really kind of recording interaction between parents and children, or second generation speaking with each other in Tagalog. And I'm really curious, hopefully in the next edition of this conference, maybe we will bring also Elsie data, and we can see whether what we find here holds true also in naturalistic data. Because, yeah, I must say this is elicited data. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, it was just to point Elsie.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you determine language dominance, because I think you had it as the first generation is dominant Tagalog, and the second generation is dominant Italian, right?
Yeah.
Did you use what sort of measurement did you use to determine language dominance?
Yes, well, language dominance, it relates to early versus late acquisition. So the thing is, first generation speakers, they arrived in Italy as adults, so they learn Italian in adulthood, so they are like late bilinguals, at least in Italian. Whereas second generation, they learn Italian and Tagalog from birth, or 3, maximum 6, but I think they are exposed to some Italian. So here dominance has to do with actually late versus early bilingualism. So the kind of acquisition path, yeah.
I would just recommend maybe looking at the bilingual language profile. It's a measurement used to determine language dominance by Birdsong et al. They have a couple different language pairs. It's an easy to use task. Takes maybe 10, 20 minutes to do. If you want to look at language dominance, that might be a good measurement to include in future studies.
Yeah, and actually relating to this, I'm familiar with what you were citing, Ortega. I think Ortega is so this idea of bilingualism as a gradient thing. So I would like to kind of move in that direction, because this is a kind of old style, the fact that you compare generation 1 to generation 2. I mean, we have good reason to divide them in this way, because their acquisitional path is very different. But still, I would be curious to kind of put all the speakers together in one group and then let the model show which speaker behave in a certain way, right? So this idea of gradient bilingualism. So, yeah.
Questions? We have time. 2 more minutes. I have one then quick question. When you're talking about at the end about the language, contact and bilingualism mechanisms that are used, I was thinking about the world of convergence. So you didn't talk about convergence, but it seems that that's what's happening. I don't know if you've thought about it.
Yes, definitely. Well, convergence is a bit of a tricky term, because I think depending on scholars, some scholars understand convergence as one language moving, kind of changing toward the other language, and other, like Maus, can say, no, well, convergence is if both languages, so there must be a change in both languages to call it convergence. So in that way, I wouldn't call it convergence, because Tagalog, heritage Tagalog is going toward Italian, but Italian is not moving toward Tagalog. So, but I mean, in more general term, yeah, we could see kind of Tagalog changing or innovating, and I think the idea, what has emerged, is indeed that usually transfer starts as a change in frequency, and it's very hard. Very rarely we find in heritage languages that bilinguals introduce completely new or ungrammatical construction in their heritage language. Usually there is this kind of, shift in preference, such that a construction that is a bit pragmatically very marked, but maybe it's the one shared with the majority language, it's used more and more and more, and kind of becomes the unmarked option. And yeah, so in this sense, yeah, there is convergence in a way. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to welcome Josh Brown, who's going to talk about Italian-based lingua francas around the Mediterranean. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you so much to everybody for coming. Probably you all want to be watered and fed and have a break after these marathon sessions. But I want to really thank the conference organizers for putting together such a wonderful program. So to Bianca and the Chiara as well, I think you've done a great job. I've really enjoyed the past few days. Well, day and a half, it feels longer for some reason. But it's really good to hear these different methodologies that people are using, different areas of linguistics, different languages, but all speaking about contact studies. So this is really fantastic. The topic of my paper is Italian-based lingua francas around the Mediterranean, and I'm very happy to acknowledge the Noongar people who remain the spiritual and cultural custodians of the land on which I work, and especially the Derbal Yaragan in Noongar language. So I'm going to be speaking about lingua franca and glottonyms, historical context of a document in particular from 1830, taxonomies involving Italian that describe lingua franca, and then some conclusions. But while I speak, I'd like people to keep in their mind, if they can, this tweet that I stole from Jonathan Caston when he was watching Li Wei's keynote presentation at Sociolinguistic Symposium back in 2018 at the University of Auckland. I don't know if you can see it, but Li Wei was making the point that all named languages are contact languages, and they've always borrowed and mixed with other named languages, and that the naming of languages is a political and ideological act that's been very closely connected with the creation of the nation state. And I'm arguing something similar in this paper about lingua franca, or more the fact that it doesn't exist. People use the word lingua franca in all sorts of ways. I remember Eva used it this morning in her talk as well in relation to English, but I'm talking about a very specific variety of lingua franca, that is the same way that Laura Minervini uses the term a vehicular language with an Italian base, documented from the late 1500s along the coast of the Mediterranean, and particularly in the capitals of the ongoing wars, within merchant correspondence, prisoners, and European diplomats. So what does this term mean? It's been used and abused throughout its historiography. You know, lingua franca is not easily tangible, as Rachel Selbach reminds us in this paper here. For over a century, it's been constructed, deconstructed. People really abuse the term to make of it whatever they want. And people are taking advantage, in my opinion, as well, about trying to advance its existence or not. So you can see here are some recent monographs, and the titles really belie the kind of linguistic analysis they're doing and the kind of language that they're purporting to describe. So you can see already in Joanna Nolan's book, Fact and Fiction and Elusive Case. In Jocelyne Daclia's book, Histoire d'une langue métisse, mixed language, that Yaron Matras had also mentioned in his talk and counseled us to shy away from as a term to be used for mixed language. And the same thing in Natalie Opperstein's book about contact-induced language change in the Mediterranean. So, of course, the use of this term does not necessarily imply the existence of a language at all. If we go back and look at the historical evidence, it's relatively scant, but this is the same point that Chris Pounton makes in the Oxford History of Romance Languages in talking about different varieties of Romance. And he gives this example of Emiliano Romagnolo, which people describe or use this term to refer to the variety of language that's spoken in this region in central northern Italy. But really, it's a region that was only created in 1948 by the Italian Constitution. There is no homogeneous Emiliano Romagnolo. It's a group of varieties. That you could say the same about almost all, regional Italians. And it made me think about the kind of work that was being done in the monographs that I've just described in terms of standardization. People are referring to this language as a standard language, and that doesn't have any connection to a state, essentially. That is a similar point that Professor Matras was made in a 2021 paper as well, where he said the main things that drive, not just the main things, but the main factors, referring to Kurdish, Turkish, and another language that just escapes me now, is the geographical cohesion, literacy traditions, and other aspects. So all of this basically to say that the term lingua franca doesn't necessarily imply a corresponding reality. Certain researchers over-endorse the notion of lingua franca and seem to create their corpora ad hoc, depending on what they want to show. So as Rachel Selbach has said also in this quote, some people have a highly inflated corpus, others are kind of deconstructing the very idea of a specific language entity at large. And I'm kind of heading towards this end of the spectrum, given that there really isn't much evidence for its use. So moving to one specific historical document of lingua franca that people seem to quote a lot. This is there is an anonymous dictionary of lingua franca called Dictionnaire de la langue franque ou petit mauresque. It was published anonymously in Marseille. This was during, it's no surprise that it's at the exact same time as the French invasion of Algiers. But this was the document that was used in Schuchart's 1909 study, published in the Zeitschrift für romanische Philologie, that he calls really the only comprehensive source of lingua franca data. And later linguists have reinforced that notion. So Aslanov, for example, has said it's the most complete, one of the most complete and most reliable sources for information. Others have said that this was the Schuchart study was the one that called to life this linguistic variety for Pidgin and Creole studies. Before, nobody had ever mentioned it, talked about it. It didn't exist as a kind of term or a separate linguistic variety. Schuchart kind of invented it in a way. Here's a famous corpus from Jacques Arens that he published in 1998. It's probably a bit old now, just called simply a bibliography of lingua franca. But what he did was to go back and try to look for historical evidence of where lingua franca existed. And he found, purportedly, evidence right from the 13th century. You can see he's got a question mark there in this credo. And then some other two documents from the 14th century. So these are just ordered chronologically, right up until 1887. But the evidence is actually pretty sparse. I mean, I've highlighted entry 32. You can see it's from 1760, account of an Algerian corsair, also by an anonymous author, and there's just one sentence in lingua franca, which is Inglaterra, Inglaterra, buona Inglaterra, which could be absolutely anything. But you can see that I've also put a line underneath and put in bold when the Dictionnaire was printed in 1830. So right in the middle almost of, following the creations of nation states. And you can see I've also color-coded the evidence according to centuries. So more or less, as we get closer and closer to the 19th centuries, people seem to have found more and more evidence of it somehow. In the left-hand side of this screen, you can see the critical edition provided by Cifolletti, where the Dictionnaire essentially has French in the left-hand column and then a one-to-one mapping with Mediterranean lingua franca in the right. So you can see this is an entry from page 31. We have the word Hontois in lingua franca. The word is logo, enfant, muchacho, enfermé, blah, 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 blah. You can read them. So there's 2,121 entries after I've counted them. And you can see that in the other examples that I've listed in the right-hand side, many of these are formed through derivational morphology. So it looks like there's much more evidence and many more words in MLF, in Mediterranean lingua franca, than what they are. But in actual fact, we have more lexical variety in French than we do. So there's only 1,834 unique items in the Dictionnaire. It doesn't seem like this was a very popular document. I can't find many libraries where it's housed. WorldCat has suggested to me that there's these 7 libraries here, but it wasn't particularly popular by the sound of things. It was written, we'll see later, for French soldiers who were going to war in Algeria. So I've been trying to argue against this, the existence of this language, and trying to do various things with it in a series of publications, probably over the past 6 or 7 years now, looking at language myths. I've tried to manipulate the data in a digital sense as well. With a colleague in Oxford, I wrote a book on languages and cross-cultural exchanges in Renaissance Italy to look at different types of multilingual phenomena, and also looking at language ideology. Part of the problem that researchers face is trying to see whether the words and the data that they come across is actually MLF or not. And so I also created this database where people can go and quickly check to see whether a certain word they find, some particular lexeme, has already been recorded in lingua franca. So you can check in English, French, and in MLF as well. So part of the reason I think that this myth has come about is because there was such a strong interest in and curiosity about languages and cultures of other areas. In particular, ancient India, that Raffaele Simone says in his History of Linguistics. And this was a kind of ideology that had spread following the revolution in France, the creation of the nation state. And most linguists who, when attempting to describe the language, have really decided to reduce the heterogeneity to standard languages. But we can't always do that because the language is so mixed in words. You know, the evidence that they provide are things like these, you know, the pronoun here, lexical items here, maybe a diphthong appears here and there that are characteristic of many, many Romance varieties and are not standard varieties at all. But you can see the sources in the right-hand column of this table of people who have gone back and tried to describe it in terms of standard varieties. So apparently MLF has words in Arabic, Turkish, Spanish, Portuguese, Provençal, Catalan. You can read them there. And there are some example words that are given in the second-hand column. Again, people have tried to extricate what is Italian, what is French, what is Arabic from this mixed language, essentially, from this very heterogeneous type of language. And so in this particular article on the Spanish component in lingua franca, this author says that these 52 words here are Italian, kind of just Italian used as a generic label, right? To mean a standard Italian, I guess. But you can see the evidence is, lends itself to multiple interpretations, essentially. And I think that's what we need to kind of get away from. The language itself is really Tuscan. So out of the 2,121 elements I mentioned before, 697 or 40% of the corpus are Tuscan. Some only represent or have an orthographical difference. Some are different lexemes. Some have a likely phonetic change, like metathesis, for example, in this word here, crompar. Some have the same root but different dissonance, and some I'm unsure about. And this table here just gives a graphic visualization of the data that I just showed. Okay, so what can this tell us, or what can these studies tell us about Italian? Part of the problem is that linguists are using different terms to describe the same thing, or they're using the same thing, but then make up different terms. And so there's really no cohesion in the historiography. This is a recent chapter, for example, on pigeons and creoles in Eurasia from Anthony Grant, who essentially says the best known, most well-developed pigeon in Eurasia under discussion, or which never developed into a creole though, is Mediterranean lingua franca. This was often called sabir, a term which became applied to other pigeons. So the scope for linguistic confusion is enormous. I don't expect you to read or even look at this slide. Essentially, what I've tried to do here is to map people who use this term beginning from Schuchard right up until 2021. Not all of them are here, but really to look at the different types of terms that people are using to describe the same phenomena. So Schuchard had called this Mediterranean lingua franca, but Migliorini already in his Storia della Lingua Italiana from 1960 had referred to exactly the same phenomenon, but described it as simplified Italian. There's the description in the right. There is some consistency in the sense that most people are talking about lingua franca, but then Cremona and Wansborough in particular, warns us not to confuse lingua franca with the term lingua franca proper. So it's kind of a disaster. but other people have tried to mix terms like Venetian lingua franca. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, what did Schuchart actually say? His description is exactly the same as the one that I quoted at the start of my paper. The lingua franca, and the same that Minervini uses. Lingua franca is the language of mediation made up of a Romance lexicon born in the Middle Ages between Romance and Arab populations, and then also the Turks, and that seems to have reached the whole southern and eastern coasts of the Mediterranean. So this is a remarkably broad definition of one particular variety that linguists are trying to refer to, and a very large geographical expanse as well, especially if it's being used between Romance-speaking populations, Arabs, and Turks as well. This is partly driven, I think, from the exact same information we find in the dictionnaire itself. We're told that this dictionary is being used or was written to describe a language that's very common in the Barbary states, so the states of North Africa, for familiar usages of life with less complicated commercial dealings. There's no orthography, nor is there any well-established grammar. Schuchart, in his article, though, essentially was copying Jacques-Auguste de Charbonneau in an earlier study that he called Observation sur l'origine et la formation du langage arabe africain, which he described as a curious amalgamation of Spanish words, Italian terms, and French expressions. In other words, this was the kind of searching that Europeans were doing for undocumented language, a kind of linguistic fieldwork in the 19th century. And you can see here on the right, I've copied again Schuchart's definition that is remarkably similar to Charbonneau. There's an Italian translation of Schuchart's work by Federica Venier from Bergamo, and she says, look, this alternation of nouns leads one to suppose a relationship that in reality does not exist. So part of the problem is this issue, right, of describing languages, historical languages, and linguistic hybridity using monolingual ideals, talking about languages as if they're separable entities. We can call something Italian, French, Arabic, whatever, but we don't really have any, unless we describe further, there's really no basis for kind of using that. And it seems to me the exact same problem that Professor Matras was describing yesterday during his talk. We need to get away from these categories and to think about what are the underlying processes going on in linguistic theory. Okay, so to conclude, there is no Italian. Even today, you could say there's no Italian, right? Before 1960, before 1525, before 1861, before 1946, I'm yet to meet an Italian who speaks standard Italian, or Italian actually. The dictionnaire shows a language that is overwhelmingly Italian-based, but it's just a mixed language. So to add further and further adjectives, description, is just unhelpful. Really, more work needs to be done to kind of identify the donor languages and concentrate on the interaction, the actors that are engaged in Mediterranean lingua franca and the forms of exchange that were occurring. Because going back to Pounton's quotes, the use of this language name doesn't exist readily identifiable Abstand language. So if you have been, thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for this fascinating talk. And do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I have a question because I read last year also the article of Schuchart, and I was intrigued by his idea that so he parallels the lingua franca with artificial languages. So he says that the first traders, they went there and they came as Volapukists, so the Volapük artificial language, saying that these are a posteriori languages, yes. And he says also, so there was basically no language mixing there because there was no child learning lingua franca or other artificial languages as L1. So there were no bilinguals, and that this is, I don't remember if he says it, that is maybe the reason why they didn't develop further, no? So they didn't develop into a Creole language. What do you think about his theory?
I think he was right, and I think linguists are guilty of corrupting his ideas and kind of, because lingua franca has just become a term that's now so polysemous that you can apply it to any kind of context situation. And people have found other documents from later periods or even from the same period that are mixed in nature and thought, this is the same thing that Schuchat was talking about. But it's not. And he was very specific in his categorization, in his characterization, I should say. And so it's not a question of kind of being right or wrong, or it's more, what do you mean? Like, what are you trying to do and what are you trying to describe? But what I'm kind of arguing for in this paper is the best way to do that is not through the prism of monolingual ideals and looking through our modern sense of standard languages. I mean, historical language is generally mixed language, right? And so people communicated and corresponded and exchanged in a variety of different ways that produced a variety of mixed data. But we need to kind of get away from classifying it in particular ways. So I think Schuchat's general ideas were correct. So I'm trying to recover, essentially. Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Thank you, Josh. That was a very thought-provoking and enjoyable presentation. I think you've shown fairly convincingly that the supposed evidence for lingua franca isn't reliable, isn't there. But if we ask another question, is there any plausible historical socioeconomic basis for Italian to have diffused around the Mediterranean, say North Africa, in particular North Africa, where the author of the dictionary may have heard something like he wrote, being genocide. So could something like the Genoese Empire have been like a means for kind of spreading Italian, whether in the form of loanwords or jargon?
Yeah, for sure, Oliver. I mean, I think this is not within, non in questione, it's not in doubt, right? Yeah. Because Genova, Venezia had many colonies all the way down the eastern Mediterranean, around the Mediterranean, especially along the Adriatic coast. We know that Italian Venetian was used as a kind of lingua franca, especially during the Venetian Empire, so in Crete and also in Cyprus. There's newspapers in those languages during the 19th century. So there's no question that Italian spread around Europe, really leading from the 14th century when these empires started to be created from the Renaissance city-states. So it's possible that Schuchat is trying to describe some similar kind of language as well that had existed during the French invasion of Algiers as well, but it can't describe all of these realities. I mean, to me it just seems illogical to think that one language stayed fixed over 10 centuries and that linguists are using the term to describe different realities anyway. And then when you go and look at the actual data, none of it seems to match. Like there are bits of Venetian over here and there's bits of Genoese over here and bits of Sicilian here. So this is a good question and very useful for me to think about what the data is actually showing. So thank you for that.
Thank you again.
We still have time for one or two questions. Well, if there are no questions, thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
And so that we can welcome Martina Oshbot, who's going to talk about language attitudes among secondary school students in a bilingual area of Friuli, Venezia Giulia.
Thank you. So hello everyone, and thank you very much for resisting until now and a bit later, hopefully, for another 20 minutes or so. And thank you to the organizers for this very, very nice conference, which I have been enjoying, and it's really a special occasion, so thank you. Our colleague has said what I'm going to talk about, so language attitudes among secondary school students in a bilingual area of Friuli, Venezia Giulia. Probably you all know where it is, but just in case. So this is Slovenia, which is the northernmost part of ex-Yugoslavia. The country is positioned between Italy to the west, Austria to the north, Croatia to the east and to the south. But what is of interest to us now is this part, of course, this area, the borderland area, Friuli Venezia Giulia, which is this, of course, Italian region, the easternmost for Italy. And what we are interested in this place is Trieste, Trst, Gorica, and a bit Udine, Videm. These are all bilingual, some officially, some unofficially, but this is a bilingual area. And another bilingual area, about which I'm not going to talk, is also on the other side of the border in Slovenia. These three coastal boroughs, here, just the northernmost part of Istria, you know, Istria is this peninsula, so to the south of Trieste, to the southwest of Trieste. So one of the many naturally and historically bilingual communities in Europe is constituted by ethnic Slovenes or their descendants settled in the eastern part of the Italian region Friuli Venezia Giulia, Furlania Julijska Krajina in Slovene, and more precisely in three of its four provinces, that is Trieste, Gorizia, and Udine. The fourth province is Pordenone, but that's not bilingual, at least not as far as Slovene and Italian are concerned. The Slovene community in question, which according to some sources nowadays counts around 80,000 members, but like in many other cases of minority communities, they don't want to be counted, is a cross-border community representing a westward ethnic continuum with respect to the Slovene national state. It continues naturally to the east, to the west, or to the east. It depends on from where you observe it. Similar cross-border cases of naturally and historically bilingual communities in Europe can be found, for instance, in many other areas, in many other cases. In South Tyrol, for example, Germans and German-speaking and Italian-speaking communities. So a German-speaking community in Italy, North Catalonia, so Pyreneo Oriental, with Catalans living in France, Schleswig with Danes living in Germany and Germans living in southern Denmark, and Transylvania with Hungarians living in Romania, to name just a very few instances similar to the one I'm talking about. Therefore, linguistically speaking, the territory inhabited by the Slovene community in Friuli Venezia Giulia is an area of Romance Slavic contact, which can be found, although in very different contexts, I would say. For instance, in Molise in Italy, not very far from here, where we have an instance of language contact between Italian and Croatian, and on a much larger scale, of course, in Romania, which is a paradigmatic case of Slavic and Romance language contact, as well as, of course, in many Slavic diasporas, not only Slovene, but many other Slavic diasporas in the Romance-speaking world, most typically in South America. Of course, the circumstances of the Slovene community in Italy are very specific, not least because of its geo-historical and cultural situation, since it represents, as already indicated, a Slovene ethnic continuum, which over the centuries has made it possible for it to indiscriminately partake in and shape the life of the Slovene national community as a whole. However, since the fall of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and since the signing of the Treaty of Rapallo in 1920, according to which the area became part of the Kingdom of Italy, a portion of the Slovene ethnic territory, which included the areas of the provinces of Gorizia, Trieste and Udine, was separated from the main part of the area of Slovene settlement. This is how the Slovene community in Italy became more radically a minority ethnic community, and its language more radically a minority language. Before that, during the period of the Habsburg Empire and of the Austrian Empire before it and of the Holy Roman Empire still before that, the Slovenes had understandably also been in some sense a minority, and rather a small one, accounting to a couple of % of the population of Austria-Hungary, but they were a minority within a large multinational state, and they were living all together in one state. So that was the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the end, rather than a minority in a national state, which was the Kingdom of Italy and is now the Italian Republic. As is inevitable in such circumstances, the new minority status brought about specific problems and challenges which were particularly daunting in the fascist decades, as well as later in the decades following the Second World War, mainly for reasons of political divisions, ideological, I would say, rather than political divisions between the majority and the minority, Italy being part of the Western world and Slovenia being part of Yugoslavia, which was, of course, part of the then Eastern Europe. As is very frequent in minority settings, the two communities, the Italian and Slovene one, lived largely separate lives, with little communication going on between them for years and years, I would say up until late 80s. Legally speaking, the minority has its status recognized ever since the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding of London, il Memorandum di Londra, which was signed in 1954 after the Second World War, and on a more general level, ever since the coming into force of the Italian Constitution in 1948, which in Article 6 refers explicitly to the protection of linguistic minorities. In spite of the availability of the legal basis for the protection of the minorities, the situation remained a bit unsatisfactory, with no easy solution at hand until a couple of decades ago, I'd say. However, it can be asserted with some confidence that over the past couple of decades, the status of the Slovene community in Italy has changed, both formally and informally. Formally, because in 1999, the law number 482 concerning national minorities protection came into force, and 2 years later, in 2001, the law 38 for the protection of the Slovene minority in particular was introduced. On an informal level, the situation also seems to have changed a lot and actually improved. The reasons behind these are probably numerous and concern both the local context as well as a wider, perhaps a global one. Among the most significant attitude shifters, I would say, are undoubtedly the fall of communism around 1990. To many members of the majority, this allowed a more open view on the minority, which did not anymore seem so exotic, which is how it had often been viewed earlier, through an artificial and distorted but nonetheless very real ideological lens, which is, I mean, a typical situation. Another event which facilitated a rapprochement between the two communities was Slovenia's joining the EU in 2004, which similarly brought about a change in perspective. The Slovene community was no more seen just in terms of its differences with respect to the majority population, but also in terms of a distance-reducing process. As anyone who is familiar with political and social history of the Slovene minority in Friuli, Venezia Giulia will know, and as I have already mentioned, for a very long time the two communities lived largely parallel lives with little mutual interest and little communication, of course, apart from at a very personal level, which is always the case, which can always be the case. And lack of interest was visible in both directions, of course, in both communities. Also, for instance, in translations which were rare, or whatever there was, for example, from Slovene into Italian was published by Slovene publishers, so with little echo, with little really influence in Italy. Whereas now, for example, the translation activity itself is also on the increase. On a more, if I may call it like this, introspective level, the Slovene community has also shown a great deal of interest in its current circumstances and its current state. Over the past decade or so, several publications have become available which deal critically with issues of its minority status and its implications. I would say that, that linguistic aspects have received a lot of attention from Slovene researchers. I have put here some names, which I'm sure cannot mean much, but in a more general context, but I did that nonetheless just to show that there are researchers who really are active in this area. And there are also foreign researchers who deal with aspects of Slovene-Italian bilingualism, and I have put some names of those as well. And some of their academic input is meant expressly for the Italian readership. Let me mention only two such relatively recent publications, the first one of which is also available in a Slovene version, and both of which have been issued by nationwide rather than local publishers. So the first one is Una comunità, two researchers from Trieste, Una comunità nel cuore dell'Europa, gli sloveni in Italia dal crollo del muro di Berlino alle sfide del terzo millennio, and the second one, Da sistema simbolo, la lingua slovena in Italia tra linguistica, sociologia e psicologia. And some other texts. For lack of modesty, I also mention one mine. Of course, apart from analytical studies of this type, research has been done on the specific phenomena on language contact that can be detected in the linguistic production of bilingual Slovene-Italian speakers in Italy, both in oral and written output, and both in non-literary and in literary text. Personally, I have done some research on language contact in literature, in literary text especially, and one of the conclusions I have reached after having studied prose works by some of the most important 20th century Triestine Slovene writers, which are highly characterized by language contact phenomena, is that Slovene too should perhaps be considered a pluricentric language, that is a language with more than one standard variety in the sense of the term suggested by Rudolf Moore. Such a position, I mean Slovene as a pluricentric language, may also have some implications for, and this is why I'm mentioning it here, may also have some implications for language teaching and learning, as well as for the empowerment of speakers of the minority language, not by letting them believe that anything goes, but simply by making them more confident and comfortable in the use of the minority language, which may enhance their desire to actually use it. As pointed out by several studies, also by the above-mentioned ones, one of the problems of the minority language use seems to be its limited, of the minority language seems to be its limited use, especially in the young generations, for whom it is often restricted to certain domains, registered and situations, rather than being a fully functional language which young people would be inclined to use in all kinds of communicative situations. In actual fact, if there is insufficient opportunity, need, or desire to use a minority language, it may slowly, but unsurprisingly, give way to the majority language or become subject to erosion, fossilization, or folklorization. A potential indicator of language vitality is, among many other things, the way in which it is perceived by its speakers, not least its young speakers, whose linguistic identity is still in the process of being formed, or possibly in certain circumstances even transformed. In order to gain some insight into the language, into language attitudes of young people, I have conducted a questionnaire-based study in some Slovene language state secondary schools and some Italian language state secondary schools, licei, in Gorizia and Trieste. I contacted some teachers and asked them to distribute the questionnaires to their students, and I would like to thank them now for their help and cooperation. These are the names of the participating schools. I'm not going into that. There are different kinds of schools, some istituti tecnici, then licei, and Istituto Magistrale, and another liceo. The participating students were aged between 14 and 19 years, with their mean age being 16 years, 16 point should be, we are talking in English, 0.07 for the Slovene schools and 17.49 years for the Italian schools. In total I got 224 questionnaires for Slovene schools and 78 from Italian schools. This disproportion is, I know, significant, and as I'm very well aware, may impinge upon the results, which at the moment have to be considered as merely preliminary. The male versus female ratio was 43 versus 57% in Slovene schools and 78 versus 22% in Italian schools. The questionnaire comprised 9 questions concerning 3 aspects. First, the linguistic identity of the students, then their opinion of their personal ideal linguistic situation and of their societal ideal linguistic situation, and finally, their view of bilingualism and its possible advantages. As far as the linguistic identity is concerned, one expected result is that the Italian schools are more homogeneous in terms of the primary linguistic, identity of its students. For the greatest majority of them, their primary linguistic identity is Italian, although there are some atypical cases too. For instance, a student has Tagalog as their first language, or some other European languages. In the Slovene schools, the majority of students consider Slovene as the language they acquired first, 48% of the respondents, with one student stating that they acquired first their local dialect, which they say is similar to Slovene. 50 students give Italian as the language they acquired first, and 29 state that they acquired simultaneously both Italian and Slovene. There are some students who mention as the language they acquired first also Portuguese, Spanish, Bosnian, Croatian, Italian, and Bulgarian simultaneously. As already said, in Italian schools, 63 out of 78 students, which is about 81%, state Italian as the language they acquired first, the other languages being also some other European languages like English, German, French, Spanish, Philippine, Tagalog, Italian, Croatian. There was no student who would have first acquired Slovene in Italian schools, although 2 students indicated Slovene among the languages they learned later. The students from Italian schools also show a greater personal linguistic stability. The language they acquired first tends to remain the language they now know best. A negative answer is given in 5 cases, whereas in 2 other cases, the language knowledge seems to be dependent on the situation. So in certain situations, they seem to be able to use one better rather than the other. On the other hand, the students from Slovene schools state that in some cases state that the language they acquired first is no more the language they currently know best. So Slovene may have become their, let's say, not second language, but not the language they continue to know best, whereas some indicate that now they know equally well both Slovene and Italian. As to the domain of use, the students from Slovene schools actively use both languages, and it appears both in formal school and informal settings, with family and friends. They seem to perceive themselves as capable of using both languages in a great variety of communicative situations, and what triggers their use of Italian is an interlocutor who does not know the other language. Again, this is a typical feature of an imbalanced minority context in which the bilingual speaker automatically and necessarily adapts to the monolingual speaker. In general, the students, including those at the professional schools, Istituti Tecnici, seem very interested in languages and highly aware of their practical value. The vast majority would like to improve the knowledge of the language they already know and to learn other languages. Very many stress that they would like to learn English well. So English seems to be very important in both communities, the Slovene and the Italian ones. Some say because it is useful today or because they like it or both. Among the languages they would like to learn, there are sometimes those of local importance, like Slovene, when the students don't know it yet, and sometimes Croatian as well as German. Sometimes more distant European languages like French, Spanish, Russian, and in a surprisingly high number of cases, more distant languages like Arabic, but especially Japanese, a couple of cases Chinese, and also Korean, which seems to be gaining ground. The list of languages the students are eager to learn does not differ significantly between the 2 populations, that's the one from the Slovene schools and the one from the Italian schools. What is different is perhaps the wish to learn the local languages. Students from Italian schools seem to have a bit less desire to participate actively in the building of a fully bilingual environment, although they are aware of the importance of languages. Students from Italian schools do seem to appreciate bilingualism. Like those from Slovene schools, they consider it precious and enriching, both at a personal level as well as at a societal level. They are fully aware of the importance of bilingualism in a cross-border area in which they live. Among the advantages of knowing more than one language, they mention the following ones. Being bilingual, just a couple maybe. Being bilingual, thank you, widens one's mind and makes people more open. Bilingualism makes one mind more flexible, and so on. Bilingual child will find it easier to learn other languages, and so on and so on. If the students from Slovene and Italian schools appreciate bilingualism in equal measure and are equally eager to learn languages for a great variety of reasons, the major difference between the two groups consists in their somewhat different view of the local situation. The difference appears slightly more pronounced in Trieste than in Gorizia. Gorizia has traditionally been more open. More students from Slovene schools, including those who come from monolingual Italian families, reflect upon the local situation and express a desire for the area to become fully bilingual so that everyone would be able to communicate or at least to understand both languages. This again is an expected result for a group of respondents who view their own environment from a minority perspective or who are more likely to empathize with it. And just a very, very quick conclusion. Some observations: the linguistic background of the students from Slovene schools seem to be relatively mixed, with the exception of those who come from monolingual Italian families. However, also in those cases, their current linguistic identity is markedly bilingual or multilingual. Then, the linguistic background of the students from Italian schools is more monolithic, as I said, with a clear initial prevalence of Italian for the majority of them. Later, they also develop into bilingual or multilingual individuals. Then both groups appear very confident in their ability to use the languages they have acquired and a bit less so in the languages they have learned later in life. Both groups have an extremely positive view of languages, their function for the individual and the society, as well as towards language learning and the role of languages as a means to gain a deeper knowledge of cultures. And students from Slovene schools are slightly more aware of the importance of bilingualism in the local area and emphasize more the need for the local environment to develop fully bilingually. Just very concluding words on the whole, I would like to say that the points the two groups share are much more numerous than those upon which they diverge, but let the participants themselves get the last word, one in Slovene and one in Italian. I will read just in English. Someone attending a Slovene school says, to know well two languages means to know two cultures and two countries, to succeed in both of them as if you were at home in both. And someone from an Italian school, where I can read it in Italian as well, conoscendo entrambe le lingue in tutte le loro sottigliezze è una marcia in più. So to know both languages in all their nuances means to be ahead of the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Maybe I can try to start with a very small question. At some point in the presentation, you said that the speakers of Slovene, the young ones, their repertoire or their uses were limited to certain functions of the language. Could you say which functions they were? Was it family internal? Or
usually family, friends, yes. Usually informal situations. To an extent, and to an extent formal what they learn at school, but they're not very flexible. I think the public life is in Italian. I would think, yes.
And for those young people, do they have written skills as well as spoken skills in the language?
Yes, their spoken skills are of course much more advanced, as is often the case. They also have written skills, but very often, as is also quite common, I think, in bilingual settings, they struggle with both languages, especially in the written form. So their Italian is, let's say, not perfect, and their Slovene is not perfect either. So yeah, but their oral skills are of course much better. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was a little curious because you did not bring in the local languages that are spoken in Friuli aside from Italian. So Friuli is historically multilingual, not just with Slavic languages, but with many other Romance languages such as Friulian and Venetan. So I was wondering if you did ask about that when you asked about speakers' linguistic identities and linguistic practices, and I was wondering why when you talk about bilingualism rather than multilingualism, you did not consider that aspect, which I think it would be very informative in a context such as that area that has been historically multilingual. And just one other point, you did mention when you reported like your results and in your conclusion, like this group does this much more than these other groups, or you mentioned something was much more numerous than something else. So I think it would make your results a little bit stronger if you provided, you seem to have a lot of data. So if you provided some actual, numbers and evidence to back up this kind of statements, because I don't know how much means without having clear numbers.
You mean the numbers?
Yeah.
This is what I have done up to this point. Yes, maybe. I had 20 minutes, so I could do what I could. But as far as the Friulian language and the multilingualism of the area is concerned, certainly, thank you for this observation. Friuli, Venezia Giulia is a very multilingual area, so there is also Friulian spoken. There are also German-speaking minorities in the Alps. There is the Triestine dialect, which is also very strong, and that's based on the Veneto, as you say, Venetan, Veneziano, Veneto Italian. Trieste was before very much a Friuli-speaking town, but it was Venetianized or Venetized later, so now it's Venetan dialect. Yes, well, I didn't deal with that on purpose because I was interested in Slovene-Italian bilingualism because this is what is at stake at schools. I asked, of course, in the questionnaire about their language repertoires, and there was no answer about Friulian or any other local language. In part, I suppose this was the case because some students, about half in Gorizia, more than half in Gorizia, come from Slovene schools, and they don't have a Friulian background, maybe apart in some exceptional circumstances, but this was not the case. Whereas in Trieste, Friulian is not really, is hardly ever spoken. So if you don't get a person who has a Friulian background, they will not be able to say that they know Friulian. I think Friulian was not really on the repertoire of these people as far as I could understand. And nowhere other languages. Well, about German, yes, but I mean, I couldn't inquire into what kind of German was that. Was it a local variety from the Alps, from northern Friuli, or was it a standard variety of Austrian German? I don't know, but it didn't seem to be the case of other languages in Friuli, spoken in Friuli traditionally. But yes, you're right, it's a very, very multilingual area.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering why you have these separation into Italian schools and Slovene schools, why there are no bilingual schools if the territory is so bilingual, or are the children really predominantly Italian or Slovene at the beginning and go then to the schools? But I could imagine it would be a good thing if they are all see the advantage of two languages, of bilingualism, to have bilingual schools.
Thank you. This is a very central question, I think. Well, there is a separation, a realistic separation, official separation, formal separation of the schools. Some are Slovene-speaking schools and some are Italian-speaking schools. Like in many other minority settings, the minorities have their own schools. Of course, these schools can also be attended by pupils from the majority or from some other community, which is the case. But the fact is that minority schools, which are Slovene schools, and the schooling is in Slovene. Of course, everywhere Italian is learned, but it's learned as a language. It's not learned as a subject. It's not learned as a language in which subjects would be taught. It's learned as a subject. Whereas in Italian schools, the situation is very different. The majority don't offer Slovene. So bilingualism is pretty unbalanced, I would say. There are some schools in Trieste now, also in Gorizia, which offer Slovene as an optional subject, but they are rare, still rare. So really the situation is not very balanced. So some schools are really Italian and some are Slovene. But what is curious is that the Slovene schools over the past 2 decades or so have been also attended by quite many pupils from Italian-speaking families, which explains a bit, I think, the fact that only 48% of my respondents had Slovene as their strongest language. Some pupils in Slovene schools come also from totally, completely Italian families who were socialized in Italian. Thank you. Thank you.